Hey yo everyone and welcome. I'm your friend Art of Mana. Let's dive into the 728th stream. So it's February 11th. We're getting near Valentine's Day, and I wanted to inspire us all with some Switch games that get to the heart of Valentine's Day, the very core, and that is running away really, really fast. I might have Valentine's Day wrong. Anyway, we're going to be playing some racing games on the Nintendo Switch. And Scooter, I'm so glad you're here. I actually was going to send you a message. I do happen to have the very game you're thinking of behind me right now on the old TV. I guess I can show it to you really quickly, but it is back there. See, it's that one right there. And so I was thinking we'd probably start with Cruisin' Blast, although I do have some other games that we could certainly explore today. And yes, I would love for you to join me in voice chat, Scooter. That is the plan. Animate Barrel. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for being here. Coop Central, Dash Magnum. Now, Dash, I know you are having to leave for your stream in a very short amount of time. So please know I understand entirely. No problems. And folks, if you want to go support my friend Dash, please consider it. Dash is an amazing streamer right off the bat and definitely worth your time. And maybe these games are not going to be that interesting to some of you. That's totally fine too. I understand that there are quite a few people that probably don't care too much about racing games, especially arcade racers. And that's the style of racer I am going to be playing tonight. And I do want to talk about this a little bit first, and then we'll dive into the games. And I kind of explain what we're doing here. It's a little different, but it's something I really was inspired to do for a couple of reasons. Not the least of which, we just found out from Nintendo that we're going to be getting 48 new tracks for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Hi! Seriously. So, and Dash Magnum, what now? Oh, that's tomorrow night. Oh, never mind. Well, that changes everything, Dash. That changes everything. I don't know if you put the wrong date in there or not. I probably just was incorrect, so my apologies there. By the way, I took a shower. My hair's all fluffy right now. I'm doing this thing. I'm trying this thing. I'm getting like the longer hair on the front or on the top, and then the real short sides. And then it was a fade, but now it's starting to be actual sideburns because I don't know what to do because I'm shaving the goatee. This is a goatee problems. I haven't had to deal with this for so long. I've never had a complete fade while wearing a goatee. So Dash, any tips, please let me know. I know you are a fellow goatee wearer. I don't know. I was going to say a goatee bro, and I thought that sounded weird. So I changed course. Anyway. Okay, you did say Saturday, Dash. Awesome. I mostly like Mario Kart. Coop Central, I'm with you there. That is an amazing franchise, and kart racers are such an amazing, amazing genre, which, again, we were talking about this in the Nintendo Direct. It was essentially a genre that did not exist prior to Mario Kart, and once Mario Kart came along, it not only created the genre, but it perfected it. I mean, it really did. The series, of course, has iterated and therefore perfected it. But Mario Kart 8 Deluxe already is such a phenomenal game, and really, really the best kart racer I have ever played, hands down. There are some others that come close, but nothing that reaches that level of perfection as Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Lol, as a fellow goatee haver, all I can say is best of luck. Yeah, and you got to deal with trying to get the sides right. I mean, it's a whole thing, right? Anyway, Mario Kart 8 DLC after 7 years. Hype, Scooter. I know, right? I'm very excited about that. I plan on actually, obviously I have the expansion pass. I think this is adding worth to the expansion pass. This is the Nintendo Switch Online with expansion pass. But I probably will end up buying the DLC for the eventuality that, we won't have this service, and so we'd have to have the DLC to have it installed for future playthroughs and stuff like that. Other games where I probably am not as invested in the DLC, I will likely skip if it comes to the Nintendo Switch Online with expansion pass. I hope that it does. That's my hope. I know Scooter was talking about this. I think this is adding value. It's a really good thing. But of course, with certain games, I love them so much, I want to feel like I own them in a more permanent way than through the subscription to Nintendo Switch online services. And what is this? What? I love it. Hedge. What is this? Is that Hedge Funds Manager Mo? And it's, I believe that's pick rock, paper, scissors, or rock, scissors, paper. Rochambeau, ready? Let's do this. Ready? Let's do this. Okay, so rock, paper, scissors, shoot. There you go. You got yourself a paper. I have a trimmer and I try my best to say, you know what? I hear it. I hear it. Oh! Paper covers rock. Paper covers rock, my friends. Paper covers rock. Boom. So I don't know what that means. But welcome to the chat, Hedge Fund. So today is all about some of these amazing titles that are actually here. And Scooter says, I think DLC will be ongoing for expansion pack. I'm with you there. So let's actually just I'm gonna do this thing. I'm gonna do this thing here. We're gonna snap our fingers. Let's just snap our fingers. Ready? Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, snap. And there we go. And by the way, I did pick up a new game the other night. It is Eglia Rebirth. Now, I know there's another game I'm planning on picking up here that launched yesterday as well. Grapple Dog, I think is the name of it. And that is actually one of the titles I plan to play tomorrow night. Same thing tomorrow night, I guess. Because I can't, so I'm not going to be streaming my 6-year anniversary of streaming tomorrow morning, just to let everybody know. I am actually opting to spend some time with my family. It's actually going to be really awesome. Mana Sprout and my mom and dad and I are going to go to an event in the mountains. Snow, we might be able to go sledding. There's going to be some cool stuff, hot chocolate, hot tea, all kinds of great stuff. A fun winter event. And Ms. Mana is actually staying home. She has some obligations in the evening with church. And I'm going to be going to church Sunday instead. So that Mana Sprout and I can go with my parents and do this. And this will be nice for Ms. Mana to have a day off, to be able to relax and have a day just to herself. She hasn't had for a while. And I'm looking forward to this opportunity with my family. It's going to be a lot of fun. So a little mountain retreat. It's going to be a great time. That's what's going on. I just want to let you all know. But I am feeling better. I'm not feeling 100%. I did take my inhaler just before this, and that's helped. I'll probably be coughing a whole bunch in a little bit here. It's been a week of lots of talk, so that's been hard. But Saturday night, same time as this, hopefully on time at 7:30, I will be streaming some animal games. Okay, that's what I put it as. This is some racing games, some animal games. Of course, we're going to have to visit KK Slider and listen to some music, but Grapple Dog was released yesterday, and this is out of Super Rare Games. This is their new independent publishing pursuit. So Grapple Dog looks like a fantastic little platformer, and we'll be playing that on stream. But also, Eglia Rebirth, I picked this up. This is a game I actually did stream a little, I think. At least I've played it. It was on iOS, and it's by some of the creators behind Legend of Mana. This is actually a game which has a lot of similarities with Legend of Mana. It's by Brownies, which was the company that came from the founder, I believe, of Brownie Brown, which developed a bunch of... Whoa! Why are we getting that? I didn't mean to use that transition there. Which developed a lot of the Mana series on Nintendo devices. So, Sword of Mana and... why am I blanking on the other two names? The RTE game and the procedurally generated dungeon crawler. Children of Mana and not Sword of Mana. What? I can't think of it. Fates of Mana? No. I can't believe I've forgotten that. Anyway, so that's new on here. I just want to go back, though, and take a look at... and, of course, we have Omno that I want to play eventually. But I want to look at some of the games on here, racing games. So I do want tonight to maybe take a look at Asphalt 9 Legends. We might boot that up. It's been a while. I don't think I've ever streamed it. We'll just take a look at what that looks like. And, of course, it's full of microtransactions. But it is, again, another very arcade-like racer. This is not like Mario Kart, but I love arcade racers. The first arcade racer I ever played was actually Rad Racer, which I played last month. It's a fantastic game. We're gonna of course play Cruisin' Blast here. Fast remix we may take a look at. It's a lot like F-Zero. And then we've got Horizon Chase Turbo, which I've played before. And this new game, which I really want to highlight, this might be the next game we'll pull up, and that is Hot Shot Racing. This game is super cool. I downloaded it not too long ago and really enjoyed it from the get-go. So we're going to take a look at those racers. I think that was it. Let me just take a quick look. Oh yeah, not Rocket League, although, I mean, it has a big car on it, so it looks like we should play it, right? But I think that's all we're going to do here for that. Yes. So this is one that I'm excited about, Hot Shot Racing. I got to play a little of it and really enjoyed it. I've played a fair amount of Horizon Chase Turbo, and of course I've played Asphalt 9 a decent amount, not a whole lot. But that's what we're going to look at today. And then also, as I mentioned, we are going to play a couple of animal-based games next. Short Hike on Switch. I didn't know that was on Switch. Coop Central. It's such a good game, isn't it? And it is on Switch, and it's dirt cheap, worth double dipping, I think. Coderman, hey! Do I have Burnout Paradise? I don't, Coderman. I have it on Steam, but not on Switch. And that is a fun one. I definitely appreciate arcade-style racers versus, I'm making a distinction here, those games which are really simulators, right? Driving simulation games. Not that I'm against those. I would love to get a wheel and some pedals and eventually do things like even Trucking Simulator or maybe some of the sort of Formula One things just to try it, just for fun. But for my money, it's always about the arcade racer, that sense of speed, the excitement, and the over-the-topness of it, which Cruisin' Blast has in spades. There is another game, too, which is, there's a couple of games, racing games, coming out. There's one that has been out, and it's sort of like Sega's, what's the name of it? It was the low poly game, came out on arcades and Genesis. And I consider Burnout an arcade racer too, Coderman. I totally do. I can't remember the name of it. Virtua Racing, yeah, like Virtua Racing. There's a game on the Switch that's like Virtua Racing, and it looks really compelling. It looks like a game I would like to play. I've not yet gotten a chance to. So at some point we might actually purchase that and try it. Maybe we'll do another stream like this if this is popular, if people like racers. Maybe we'll bring in Mario Kart down the line. Maybe we will also pick up some of these other games that are coming out, like this really neat looking one that has the sort of super scalar look, and I forget the name of it, but it's got this little buggy and it's got this really great super scalar look. And I love these really stylistic arcade racers that are coming out for Switch. So lots of things to love. I'm excited. But let's do one race like this, and then Scooter, if you want to hop on into voice chat, we will go right into voice chat. So single player, I've only played a couple levels here. I believe I played the first tour. I'm not quite sure. I don't even really remember. I'm level 2 on the 1959 Cadillac Eldorado, which is the only car that I've actually played so far, mostly because it looks like Wario's car. And these all look like things that you have to have money to pick up, or a lack of style. In the case of this, I don't know. I'm not a fan of what Hummers look like in any style. I don't know. I'm just not really my thing. I don't really like this style so much. This is all right. It's kind of cool. It's a little bit like an Audi or something. But for my money, the most classy looking car on here is this one. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, maybe some F-Zero at some point. Dash, that'd be great. Lots of opportunities. We could definitely dive into this, you know. Got to have the hot rod muscle car. Exactly. So I think this will be fun. Now you can see the controls are super simple here. Gas and brake, A and B. You've got your drift with R and blast with L. You can change your tunes with X and view with Y. So it's really super simple. And I think it's going to be cool. It looks like the car from Crazy Taxi, Coderman. I know what you mean. So let's dive in here. I think we need... Oh boy, I'm going to try and adjust the volume a little bit. Let's go. There we go. All right. Woo-wee! Now, again, I've only played a little bit of this, and it's been a while. I think I can... There we go. Woo! That's not quite what I meant to do, but that's all right. All right, and there we go. Oh boy. Yeah, Wipeout. Now, isn't this already just ridiculous, everybody? Yes, Wipeout again. I love it. I love everything about this. You can't tell me that this isn't amazing. Look at this. Whee! Hot dog! Can you imagine how dizzy you would be for that? We're going to try and get a little bit of air. Woo! All right. I'm loving this already. Now tell me, is this not amazing? Whoa, that's exciting. Oh boy. We're going to try and make a little bit of a push for lead. Oh! I just love everything about this. This is so over the top ridiculous. Go Cruising Series. Go Cruising Series. All right, we're going to get that boost here. And... Oh, maybe. Hold on. Oh, still trying to get it. Hold on. And blast. There we go. Woo-wee! All right, we're almost there. And we're almost there. Cruise, cruise, cruise. Finish.
First place.
All right. That's fun, isn't it? That's super fun, isn't it? All right, Dash Magnum says, I do love how over the top this game is. I can respect bold decisions like this. Pixel Knight dives into chat in a cart and gets hit with a blue shell and crashes. I love it. Hot dang, Coderman64 says, whoa, did you just jump into hyperspace? Dash says, yeah, the Coops. Oh my gosh. My gosh. Yeah. Coops, isn't that amazing? Right? That's amazing. That's amazing right there. I wanted to let everyone get an opportunity there. So let me just take a look. I'm going to pull up my Discord here. I'll be sort of in and out. No worries, no worries. So Scooter, if you would like, if you're ready to hop on in, just go into the garden real quick. Let me know in the chat. No rush. I'll keep going for now. I don't see you in the garden yet. But let me know when you're ready, and I'll go ahead and go from there. Now, you can kind of level up. That's the way this works. Actually, I haven't done the tour yet. I did arcade style. That's what it was. This is the first time I'm doing the tour. So, yeah, this is actually new for me. This is a little new. Yeah, I only did a little of the arcade mode. So what do you think of this so far? Anyone here play this game? Anyone interested in it now? Like, just really, that was over the top ridiculous, wasn't it? I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. And look at that, there's a dragon! There's a dragon! Oh, I don't think I played this course, actually. Whoa! I got some money. Oh, wow. And that was not what I meant to do. All right, I may... Funny story. This is so loud, actually, that I may have to adjust my audio a little bit to compensate for its over-the-top loudness. It's not even over-the-top just in terms of its arcade action, but it's actually peaking my audio for it, which is just... I love everything about this. This is amazing, right? Yeah, Wipeout. So this is the type of game that you want to sit down in an arcade and just go ham, you know? You know, you got the whole cockpit there. And indeed, this game did originally come out on arcades, if I'm not mistaken. So if it does seem like a game that would work well on arcades, I believe this is the only home port of an actual arcade game, which is Cruisin' Blast. I'd never played it, but I can assure you that after playing it here, if I saw it in an arcade, I would go to it immediately. I don't care if this would be a $4 ride. Oh, I'm going with the one. Oh, that looked really close. No, the finish is there. No, the finish is there. Oh, darn. Would I come in? Third? Fourth. Not even good. Spookly. I missed the Water Racer arcade cabs. Yeah. Things like Wave Race. Not going to lie, kind of interested, Dash says. That was the first time I played that course, too, by the way, just letting you know. Taking a shellacking tonight. That time I definitely did chrono. That was rough. I think I came in first on the last one, but oh my gosh. Spookly, good to see you. How's it going, my friend? There we go. So we got some XP. I think we're going to level up here. Like I said, I am just going to adjust my audio really quickly because it's loud is what it is. It's loud. It's loud. So here, I'm just going to go to this real quick. Okay, and we're going to see how this works here. How about Daytona? Was that an arcade game? Coops asks. That's a good question, and one I don't know the answer to, actually. I think so, right? Daytona? Was it? I'm not totally confident, to be honest. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to bring this up. Okay. I think I've successfully navigated that, so it should be good. Coop Central, Daytona. Let's look it up, actually, real quick. Oh, and I also realized I need to adjust something. I totally spaced. Let's edit the stream here. We are actually playing Cruise and Blast, and I did not update the stream. That is my bad. There we go. Now we are actually doing that. Sorry. This is a little bit different. It was in the arcade. Daytona. Yeah, let's take a look. Daytona. Daytona USA, an arcade racing game developed by Sega AM2 in 93, and then released by Sega, okay, in 94. Yeah. And right now, the description from Sega starts out with it, since its arcade debut. I guess that gives us our hint, doesn't it? So, in case you're interested in arcades, speaking of which, there have been a few arcade 1-up machines that have the racing cabs. So far, we've gotten one that is, and I'm forgetting the name. Oh no, it's a Sega one. Oh, what's the name? I can see it. You're driving the Ferrari, and oh, what is it? You're driving the Ferrari, you've got the radio, you've got the split paths. Someone help me out here. You know what I'm talking about? There's that one, and then Ridge Racer just came out for Arcade 1-Up. Unfortunately, neither cabinet is quite right, in my opinion. The Star Wars cabinet just got it so right, but the racing cabinets just feel like they might leave a little to be desired. I'm waiting to see what Ridge Racer is like, but they're also so expensive. They've gone up in price. Now it's like $700. But yeah, Outrun. Thank you, Dash. Outrun. There is an Arcade 1-Up Outrun cab, and then now Ridge Racer. I'm hoping that was the finish. That was a short one. I'm getting worse and worse. This isn't good. But I'm hoping that they're going to release other cabinets in the future that are racing games, and that they iterate and become better. And honestly, if it was a really excellent racing cab, $700, I'd maybe consider it. But that's tough. That's real tough to ask right now. So the only other racing game I played was Need for Speed, Spookly says, but I don't think that has cabinets anymore. I don't think it does. Well, I don't know, but I've seen the Need for Speed cabinets in all kinds of arcades. They're still very popular. What is this? Okay, this is exciting. There seems to be dinosaurs here, everyone. Just saying. I also enjoyed, of course, the Cruisin' series, but there was also the series that I always wondered if it was like the Cruisin' series. It was it Rush? Like San Francisco Rush? And then like they had another one that was Rush, like LA Rush or something. Do you know which one I'm talking about here? Anyone? And maybe it was just San Francisco Rush, and then there was some other... There were different Rush games. I can't remember the other places, but San Francisco Rush I played. In fact, I had one birthday one year at an arcade, and I remember that San Francisco Rush was one of their arcade racing cabinets. They had two of them next to each other, so you could do the head-to-head. And I remember that being super fun. That was one of my favorite ones to play that day, which was really... It was tough to decide what to play that day, but with so many choices, I decided to try and think about what I couldn't really replicate at home. So driving cabinets became very popular. What is this? That... Whoa! I just went underneath that elephant. What? There's giraffes! Then what is going on? Look at that's a stampede! There's giant crocodiles. What am I looking at? Oh my goodness. This game. Oh my goodness. This is too much. All right, come on. We're gonna wheelie it out of here maybe. Oh no, we gotta get to the finish line. They're so close. So hurry. Oh. That's right, 5th place. Oh my gosh, this is Jurassic Park, Spoogly. Man, I am having so much fun, Chrono. You have no idea. Even though I did not win at all in this. I will say this has better tracks than most arcade racers, in my opinion, Pixel Knight says. Yeah, and Memory Martin is here. Hi, Mana. Streaming on a Friday. Am I more sick than I thought? Oh, no. I hope that you're not as sick as you think. How's that? We'll go with that. Welcome on in, my friend. Good to have you here. Let's see here. We also had a couple other mentions. Pixel Knight saying, hey, Mana, did you see the new trailer for TMNT Shredder's Revenge that they revealed? Yes, I did. Thanks, actually, to our friend Seth Haskell. And it sounds like Splinter, Master Splinter is now a playable character. I cannot wait for that game to come out. Here we go. And Memory Martin, I'm so glad to know that cough has died down. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Results. We went, okay, 1st and then 4th, 6th, and 5th. At least we were, yeah. We tried. We get a compensation trophy. So there we go. I mean, that's just a little bit of a taste of this. It's amazing. Yeah. We need to vibe, Coop Central says. I love it. Pixel Knight says, haha, I need a funny. Pixel Knight says, I will say that this, yeah, yes, exactly. To the tune of Circle of Life. It's the circle of drive. We race around in circles. So there we go. We've unlocked now another tour we could pop in there. And of course, yeah, 4th is not great. And we are on normal, actually. Look at that. I think I just realized we're on normal. I did do Classic Arcade a little bit, and that was pretty fun. You can actually see I've raced all of these right now. So in Classic Arcade, you can just go through these courses. I believe... Is that it? I guess that's it. Yeah, so in Cruisin' Blast for Arcade, you'd have these limited races. Maybe you unlock more somehow. I don't know. And Cruisin' Tour has a bunch more courses, clearly, right? So I have not played any of these other than just what you saw. Night Tour in 4th. Shall I go on? John Paul O'Keefe is here. How's cruising going? Looks fun. My goodness. Dude, this is so much fun. Let's just go for it. These were some ridiculous courses. Let's go right into this. And let's show off some more courses, shall we? You're going to love this, JP. And if we could get a shout out for John Paul O'Keefe one of my dear streamer friends I've known for a long time. Really nice guy, very talented Mario Kart. Well, yeah, actually he's talented at Mario Kart too, but Super Mario Maker player. And there we go. Should be able to continue the race with Harem tomorrow. Have you been, Mana? Memory Martin says, blah, words. I'm all right. It's a little bit tough. I'm still not 100%. Still got that cough and everything like that chesty cough, but we're working on things. It's going. I don't know what happened to Scooter. I thought Scooter was going to join in on voice chat. I don't see Scooter, so actually, I'll tell you what. Actually, let's do one more, and then we might just do a little chat with Scooter later. I do want to play several different arcade racers today, not just Cruise and Blast. We very much may play more of this later. And as Pixel Knight said, oh, we've got the cops on us. Oh dear. Oh boy, Polizia. Yeah, as Pixel Knight says, now that I hear this music, it's making me think that I've played this before. It's just not my style of game, and that's fair. And even if you like arcade racers or kart racers, this may not be the racer for you. But what I can say is I'm finding it very fun. I love the over-the-top action. Obviously, with a lot of racers, you have to suspend disbelief. And so I feel like if you're already going to suspend disbelief, why not go full throttles, to make a pun, and really have to suspend disbelief by making it so utterly ridiculous that it can't possibly be real. Right? Does that sound like a thing? Oh my goodness. Can you imagine doing that in real life? But yeah, what did I think of the Direct? JP, excellent question. I'll tell you my 3 favorite things about... Look at that. There's a Ferris wheel that is off of its mount, and it is now careening through London town. This feels like an oversight on some safety committee's part. I dare say the Queen would not be impressed. Oh no! Oh no! No, I gotta make it! Gotta make it! Oh, we didn't come in first, but we are upside down. Wait, Memory Martin says no spoilers, please. Still, I haven't seen it. Okay. Memory Martin, if you would please put the earmuffs on, because I'm going to share for John Paul. In fact, actually, maybe you want to just pop back in 2 minutes. I'm not going to go too in depth. Okay, I want to give 3 comments to JP. So you want to come back in a couple of minutes, or if you want to just put earmuffs on for a second, I just want to real quickly. I just want to throw this out there. Okay. So, what's that in the distance? Memory Martin going into a wormhole. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. I love it. Okay. My 3 favorite things from the Nintendo Direct. First, I got to say, above all, the biggest, most exciting news, it's a close tie, but I think the word has to go to the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Extra Tracks, the DLC. The price is great. I love the idea. I've seen, people talk about whether there should be a whole new game or not, but I think that for this particular Mario Kart, it nails the mechanics so perfectly that if they can produce, basically a whole other game's worth of tracks, it works for me. I love it. Chrono, thank you. So I think it's excellent. Super pumped. I love that it's going to be coming out, so there's going to be some excitement. I can't wait to start streaming and playing it more in stream once again. Super pumped about that. Number 2 for me, and it's a close second, and it's hard to even decide which is first or second, is Klonoa. I love that we're getting a remake to celebrate the 25th anniversary of this series of both the first and second game. Super exciting for me. Cannot wait for that. Super, super awesome. And then for the third thing, it would be the reveal of Mouthful Mode for Kirby. Honestly, I'm just excited about that Kirby game. It looks adorable and fun. and I'm super excited about that. So those 3 things for me blow the whole direct wide open. Just super exciting. I'm thrilled, and I did give my reactions to it last stream, which was 2 nights ago. And if you want to go back, you can definitely see that. I also did tweet my initial immediate reactions to both those 3 things on Twitter. So if you go on Twitter, JP, and you look for my feed, you'll see those 3 things. So yeah, you did see my reactions. Nice. Of course, Strikers is super exciting. Yes. Yeah. Coderman, exactly. Yeah, it's really tough. I really think it was depending on the day, I'll say Klonoa or Mario Kart. But as the couple of days have passed, Mario Kart is what I've been talking about the most, and I know a lot of people have been talking about, and it is what actually made me want to play these racer games today. So that's what it's all about. By the way, Coderman says it's aliens. Doctor Who taught me it's always aliens. Love it. Coop Central says the song reminds me of that song from Daytona that goes like, Daytona, let's go away, from earlier. I love it. I love that they brought back Strikers. That art style slaps. I agree. And Scooter did a reaction too. I saw some of the stream as well. Love it. Scooter, hop on into the chat. We're going to talk a little bit about this game before we move on. I'm going to finish this. Maybe we'll do one more since you're here. But we'll go ahead, and I've got you on air in just a moment. We're going to put my little face up in that corner. We're going to have Scooter there in a moment. So we'll get Scooter. And Scooter, because of the fact that I'm going to hop into the game, if you would like to just use your mod ability to go right in, go for it. Just come right into the quad. I'll trust you on that one, and I'm going to get back into some of the gameplay. Okay. Scooter says, sure thing, be right there. Let's get into the next one here. Twister Terror. This is so over the top. It does surprise me because we did not see this level of over the topness in the original Cruisin'. It was still a great arcade racer, but not quite like this. So I'm excited. Oh, I love that car up there in the front. That convertible. I do want to get some more of these cars unlocked. I can't wait. Sorry, little Nissan there. Can you imagine anywhere where those are the police cars that are driven? And what is the big whatever that is on the side there? That's like a police transport. What are they trying to do here? Why are they going 800 miles an hour? That seems dangerous. There's probably people that are barely seatbelted in the back or something. It's a SWAT team. Do they really bring out the SWAT team because I'm racing my Eldorado? Probably. There's a Twister. What is the cars? What? What was that? Did you see that? Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? That is amazing. Oh my goodness. I love this game so much. You have no idea. Coop says it happens. Oh my goodness. This is nuts. Oh my gosh, let's see. Is this a little shortcut? Well, yeah, I guess. Oh, ooh, I'm sorry. Ooh, key. Okay. What? Nice. Alternate paths. I love alternate paths. That's a very Mario Kart type thing, right? Does this have the polish of Mario? What? What? It doesn't need the polish of Mario Kart. It's got whole expanses of land that is just caving into the center of the earth. We've got the flying whatchamacallits, the whoozy whatchies, whatever. That.
Second place.
What more do you need? I'm crying a little. It was beautiful. It's beautiful. Shed a tear for that. Mana is shedding a tear. That was beautiful. That's how you know it's good, Coderman says. What more do you need? First place, Chrono says. That was good. That was harsh. It was good. Yeah. Have I played any of the Burnout games? Now, I have played Burnout Paradise on Steam. I never played any of the other games in the franchise. I know Paradise created almost like an open world aspect to the series, and it's well loved. I like that you can kind of go place to place and do these little challenges and side races, but I enjoyed it. 2 and 3 is good though, so would you say it's worth playing? Wow. 3 is fantastic, Coderman says. Okay. Well, that is good to know. That is actually super good to know. I think I remember really enjoying a lot of aspects of Paradise. Perhaps the only thing I didn't like was that I played it for a decent amount, and then I kind of felt like I wasn't sure how to progress. Which is weird. It's almost like I want my racing games to either give me a sense of progression or really not have progression, just an infinite loop of enjoyable playtime. Does that make sense? First! I'll take it.
First place.
So, would I recommend Paradise for Switch? I've not played it on Switch. I've played it on Steam. I enjoyed it on Steam. I would say if you enjoy the style of the Paradise games, and indeed if you and indeed if you just enjoy racers in general, go for it. We have Chaser the Ultimate Gamer here in the chat. Chaser, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Excellent. Let me just adjust your audio here to get you all good and audible.
It'll be better shortly. I'm not downstairs yet. I had to help Kendra out with the doggy, and now I'm just taking my medicine, and then I'm heading downstairs. So
okay, well, right now I can hear you just fine. Let me know, anyone, if you're hearing any issues. If that sounds like a good balance, but I think we're good.
Sounds good.
I just had to use my gain on my mixer and boost you up in Discord. So
yeah,
JP,
it'll be better in a little bit, guys. If you're having to trust
before you switch over, let me know though, because I'm gonna lower everything that I just boosted. Okay.
I'll let you know.
Okay. And then
so I like the Super Mario so far.
Dude, I know you told me. See, here's the thing, everybody. I had my eye on Cruisin' Blast since the first Direct where it was revealed, and I wanted to get it. Scooter knows this, and it was on my list. But I just, at the time that it released, I couldn't afford getting a new game, and I think it was it probably about a month now ago, and I had a little bit set aside that I was able to get a new game. And I saw that the game, I think it was on sale, only maybe $5 or something off, but I said, you know what, I want to play it, I'm going to go for it. And Scooter had picked it up at launch, I think, right?
Yep, I did pick it up at launch, and I did a full stream on it. I did because I actually picked up 2 games at that time, which was Sonic Colors Ultimate for the Switch, because I really wanted to see if it was as bad as everyone is saying. On Twitter about it, and then afterwards we played some Cruisin', and I felt it was kind of a good idea to do those back to back because they're both about speed.
That's a good point, right? So I tried to stay somewhat spoiler free when you had gotten it, but
I understood.
Yep. But I do recall talking to you about it shortly after the stream, and you were really excited about it, and you said, "Man, you're gonna love this game. I can't wait for you to pick it up." And when you do stream it, let's do some conversation about the game. And I said, I love the idea. I'll have you join in on Discord, and we'll chew the cud, as they say. Some people say that. So
I haven't heard that term.
yeah, right. That's an oldie but a goodie. you know,
But good. I like that. Yeah.
yeah. So, so far, to just give you my quick reaction. Now, I played a little bit of it, of course, before this stream, and that was mostly just the arcade mode. I played through that. I was blown away right from the get-go, and I said, this is something I do want to stream. So tonight, we're not just playing Cruise and Blast. We are going to play some other racers as well, one of which I know you have also played. Hey, we got second. That'll work. That is going to be Horizon Chase Turbo, of course.
Yep. And also Fast Remixes, too. I do have it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you've played that as well. So
yeah, and that one does have online. So if you didn't want me to join in a few matches, we can even play it online.
That's right. Let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm totally down.
I'll tell you what. Okay, let's do this. Why don't you start getting that set up? And because I'm not going to play too much more of this before we switch, and then that way, if you're ready, we'll go right to that one, and then we'll
all I have to do is
continue on.
just switch out my SNES, so that shouldn't take too long to do. So,
Okay.
Yeah,
let's do it.
I'm actually heading downstairs. It's like a game of Spelunky right now because it's like really dark down here.
Well, I'll tell you what. So I just finished this tour, and we got the silver cup, which I'm proud of.
Hey, there we go.
Second place.
Pretty failing. I'm not gonna lie.
It's appropriate because I am in second place. You played this before me, got it, and played it before me, so I'm in second place. I'll take it. That's called serendipity.
That's actually pretty good. I think my first few races, I think I averaged about fourth place, and then I found a niche in the game.
And you know what? This is, I'll tell you this. Oh, it says get one more bronze medal to unlock the next tour.
Oh, there you go.
This is one thing about a lot of racers these days. One thing that I appreciate about the core Mario Kart franchise, one thing I don't like about Mario Kart Tour, is that for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, for example, there isn't a leveling system. I feel like with racers, leveling systems get in the way. Now, this is my biggest gripe with Horizon Chase Turbo, which I love in so many ways, but because you're constantly progressing your car and you're getting faster and faster, it adds this almost like artificial replay. But if the game stood on, and it does, the game stands on its own just fine. These tracks are amazingly fun. To me, it seems like you just have the game, and you make it challenging. Maybe you have some different difficulty modes to encourage people to try the more difficult, AI and whatnot, and you leave it at that. And to me, that's my favorite kind. But when you introduce something where your cars are going to get leveled up and you unlock more and more courses, to me that just there's something about that combination that isn't right. That's my biggest gripe with Horizon Chase Turbo, which otherwise is a fantastic game. I've noticed in this one there is a leveling system, but it doesn't feel, and correct me if I'm wrong, from what I've played so far, it doesn't seem like you necessarily get a better car per se. It's more like unlocking cosmetics.
Yeah, it really is cosmetics. I mean, the only real difference is some of the vehicles do have different speeds. But the nice thing about this game, and I kind of like the way that they did it, is the fact you kind of get to choose the vehicle that you want to get. Like, they don't hide it from you. They don't. I mean, some of the vehicles are unlockable. That's not a lie. There are some unlockables.
Yeah.
But but they give you a huge list of choices in the beginning, and you get to use your coin that you earn from winning races and stuff like that, and you get to choose which one you want, and it shows you the stats. So I kind of like that. So you really get to choose, hey, I really like that one. Let's go with that one. Instead of, you earn this one, so you kind of have to use this one to get the next one.
Right. And that's yes. It seems like it's a better executed way of progressing, and I appreciate that so much because Horizon Chase Turbo otherwise is a great game. That seems to mar the experience for me. Now, while you're setting up your stuff, I'm actually going to play a different game here real quick, Hot Shot Racing.
Ooh. Go for it.
Yeah, so this is one I want to keep things going, make sure everybody is enjoying themselves. This is one that may not be on your radar. It kind of flew under the radar, and it actually really impressed me. Now, there's a very strong low poly look, and I am a sucker for low poly. Folks, you know this.
I kind of am too. I mean,
Yeah.
I love the Horizon Chase Turbo design.
Yeah. It's just it's very cool. So what we're gonna do here, I'm gonna go right into a GP Tour normal, and we're gonna choose. We're gonna go with. So here are the characters. Now some of the characters in this low poly are a little bit a little bit terrifying. I'm not gonna lie. Most racing games fly under my radar. Pixel Knight says that's fair. Yeah, the low poly for the characters is maybe slightly frightening, but we're gonna go with. I feel like she looks like Link, because it almost looks like with her hair, it looks like ears sticking out. Anyway,
Oh, okay.
we're gonna go with Alexa. I can't say hey to this character though, because everyone's home AI is gonna go bananas. But we're gonna go.
They're gonna go bananas.
They're gonna go bananas. But you've got some nice looking cars. I mean, these are, classic designs, but with that low poly vibe. I do love this. Yeah, I can tell I enjoy low poly too much. Spookly says I've been getting into fights with people over Pokemon again. Trees don't need 4K rendering. It's a tree. That's funny.
Right. Oh yes, the whole thing about the graphics of Pokemon games lately. It's
Yeah.
to me, it doesn't matter.
I gotta say, I've had this realization. I kind of was negative about Pokemon just a little bit ago about the graphics on it, and I realized later. I said, you know what? I want to make a conscious effort to present positive things about this pastime that I enjoy, gaming. There's plenty of room for people to be critical and take a critical eye at stuff, and I don't mind being critical about it, but it feels like right now, especially in gaming news, there's just such a surplus or an exorbitant amount of negativity, and it's like I want to just enjoy these games here. Now, sorry, I am trying to remember how to play this game, everybody. So it's a little different than cruising. You do use the right trigger for your acceleration. Here we go.
Oh, they went that route. Okay.
Yeah, and then brake and drift with the ZL. Okay, so ZR accelerate, ZL brake and drift. If you have a manual, if you have a manual, you're going to shift with L and R. And then we have camera in the same place. That's right, rear view in the same place with Y. And you have boost with A, and B is drop barrel. I don't know what that means.
Drop barrel, yeah, I don't know either.
It's a thing though, apparently. Okay, so I mean,
yeah,
it's yeah. All right, so I think it's a similar thing to the other game. I know this one I have not played recently, but that? I think you can. It's similar to cruising, where if you execute a drift, you work on developing your charge. Yes, see down there in the bottom.
Okay.
So you have 4 levels or 4 boosts you can actually fill up. Right now it's indicating that I have 2 available to me. I'm going to keep drifting because I think you can get more of a drift. Whoa, boy. Or more of a boost here. I only have a little bit of time to go, so let's boost now.
Do it.
Oh, boy. Oh, we are out of time, too. I think we can just coast right in there. Perfect. Okay, I'm definitely rusty at this, my friends, but this has the look of, classic cruising games, in fact. Here's another checkpoint. There's a real nice rumble with this game. Probably better than cruising. And
I agree with that. I thought the rumble was a little weak in this game. That was a little disappointment because I, on the one hand, love when games really use HD rumble. Like Mario Kart example does a great job with the rumble. It really does feel, especially like when you're on the track and then you go right to the grass. It really does make a difference, So I'm definitely all for HD rumble.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I agree with you. I think, for example, Horizon Chase Turbo did a better job.
Yes, yeah, that game does a great job with it. This game here has another nice mechanic, which is that to fill up your your boost, you need to not crash while you're drifting. And there's this real nice rumble you get right when you come out of your drift, and it's just that little bit of feedback to say, "Hey, you successfully drifted," and
I like that.
Yeah, it's real nice. And when you hit some rough road or you're initiating your drift, there's this really excellent rumble that actually feels, I would almost say, like you're driving an actual car and the steering wheel is jostling, right? So if you're a driver, if you drive, when you're driving over a rough road like gravel, you kind of have that, and your hands sort of get that sensation, like that almost like rubbery feeling. That's what I feel with the rumble on this. It's excellent. Yeah, and Coop Central says, "Wow, 8 out of 8." That was rough. That was rough.
It happens.
Yeah. Pixel Knight says graphics don't need to be great for a game to be fun. Look at Minecraft, the graphics in that aren't amazing, but look how many people play it. Yeah, Chrono says, "Hi, Animate Barrel." Drop Barrel, Animate Barrel says.
I mean, I agree with that statement because, like, a lot of the AAA games, like Mortal Kombat 11, I play that on my Switch. I mean, I have a PlayStation 4 copy, but I think I've only literally played on it once, and I just play on the Switch version. Probably more because of the controller. I just love the way the Switch Pro controller feels personally. But I went through Doom 2016. I went through Wolfenstein 2. Those are big hitters, and graphically, yeah, they don't look the prettiest on the Switch. There's no denying it. But truth be told, I don't care. I'm enjoying the game still at 30 frames per second, which is just fine. It works just fine. Graphics to me is honestly a little overrated because how much more realistic can you get with games?
Well, that is true. With games that are ported and that have to take a graphical downgrade, I'm not necessarily against that. If there's a strong art style and it isn't pushing as many polygons or whatnot, I'm generally okay with that. I think where I get critical is where I feel like a game just should have an extra level of polish and art design. It's more about art design than just raw pixels. And and I think that for me, a game where you can tell a lot of care was taken to ensure that there's a high level of quality in its art all the way through, that matters. I will give credit to Pokemon the Pokemon Company in this regard. I really was impressed with the fact that with the Sinnoh games, they really improved from what we initially saw.
Right.
When they first showed pictures, I admit I looked at it and I thought, oh, that's pretty rough. And then I saw later developed pictures and said, oh, that is clearly an improvement. They were still working on it and they were touching things up and they put some time and effort into it. And I hope we see that with the race tracks in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. We should have time for them to develop more.
Absolutely.
I fully expect that they will.
I think they will.
The low poly look is fine, and in Tour it works really well, but it doesn't fit the overall style of 8 Deluxe, which is why I hope that it does improve. But it doesn't look bad.
Sure it will. I'm pretty sure they will because, and the reason that why I feel that they are because of how spread out that they're bringing the tracks out. We're talking about 2 years worth of track, guys.
True.
Okay.
True.
This is not just 48 tracks tomorrow, on March 18th. No, this is going to be the way that I look at it. So you got about 24 months, you got 6 waves. So probably about every quarter of a year, we're going to get 8 new tracks. So with that in mind, I really think that they're going to take time to take those tracks and transform them all into Mario Kart 8 style.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think we're going to see that with that development time, it's not just because they're trying to drip feed this to us, it's that they're actually going to work on them. And add in the elements that maybe wouldn't be there otherwise for air and underwater things like that. Oh, I just burned out.
Yes. Oh, whoops.
Now,
Wow,
friends,
this game looks really cool.
yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. I'm watching it right now. I'm actually intrigued by this game.
yeah.
How much is it?
And this one was not expensive. I think it was like $15.
That's not bad. I mean, I'd probably wait for a sale because just money reasons. But
Yeah.
honestly, I think this one would definitely be up my alley. I still need to get VR virtual racing from Sega. I need to get that at some point too.
And is that the one that was remastered, or I can't remember?
I kind of a remaster, yeah, because they did make sure that can go in the full 16:9. They added online to it, so yeah, they definitely added some extras to it.
Okay. Well, yeah, this one to me, I think I got it on sale for $10. And I thought after looking at it and then reading some reviews, the reviews were fairly mixed, but I thought, I like this genre. I'm going to go ahead and give it a shot. The look of it seems cool. And in some ways, I think it actually, I would say it surpasses my expectation. Clearly, I'm playing it very poorly. I think I played it much better before, but I'm definitely just trying to have a conversation here, and I'm pretty distracted. I'm a distracted driver. Get the police out here.
That's definitely not a good thing to be.
Right, exactly. In real life, don't be. In video games, I suppose it's all right. It's permitted at least. But
in video games, it's okay.
Yeah, it feels great. Right. It feels great, Scooter. I think you would enjoy this, especially since I know you enjoyed Horizon Chase Turbo. To me, it has a lot in common with that game. In some ways, it does some things better. In some ways, I think Horizon Chase Turbo does some things better. But honestly, I can't complain. And I think I got my money's worth for the little bit of time that I've played already. So when you think about it being only $10,
I think that's an important part. Even if a game is so-called, like, trust me, I have games that are very, like, reviewed by Metacritic, and they get pretty bad reviews, but I got my money off of it.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't fully listen to those reviews and stuff like that. I mean, I look at them.
Yeah.
And, that way I can compare and contrast, but in the end, I still want to have my own personal view. Like, for example, I recently watched Digital Foundry a lot. That's one of the biggest things I really do like to watch. And then I watched them go through cloud gaming on the Switch.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I was a little skeptical, but I'm like, you know what? I can't judge it yet. I can't judge it yet until I try it myself. And they're right.
It's true.
They're definitely. Kingdom Hearts, it plays terrible, and it's such a. It hurts me because of the fact that you can get this game, get those 3 games very cheap on other platforms, and then you're going to pay $80 for the Switch version. That's not even a legitimate good port. You did the lazy route, and you really did the lazy route by not even making that play very well. It hurts because we've been wanting Kingdom Hearts. This is the first time Nintendo's gotten the traditional Kingdom Hearts, not the spin-offs, but the traditional ones. Yeah. And everyone was so excited for Sora to be in Smash, so they're thinking, Sora and then Kingdom Hearts games on the Switch, that'd be amazing. And then they announced Cloud, and then that's where my head just went, no. Like, my dreams were crushed. But I had to check it out for myself. Yeah. And I didn't stream anything. I didn't have anything else running, no Twitch running or anything like that. I just used my Switch just to have it online so I can have a legit try. And I am going to do a video because I want to show the problem. It's bad. And what makes it even sadder is I actually tried Control. Control is a more graphically enhanced game.
Yeah.
And it actually plays
demanding.
Better. And you get the option. Yeah, it's way more demanding. And it actually plays better. In either the graphics mode or the performance mode. You get both options.
That's rough. That's really rough. Yeah. That's telling, right?
Yeah.
I think...
Yeah, that tells me something. Because why is a game that got remastered on the PS3 running worse in cloud than this PS4 game? that shows that they did not put their best efforts. And I am a person that I want, if there are people going to bring games to the Switch, I want to see the effort. Panic Button always brings their A game. When they do the ports, and they do some tremendous ports, like I said earlier, like Wolfenstein, Doom, and whatnot, they blew my mind because it's almost like, how did you do that? You like pulled a magic trick of getting this big of a game on the Tegra 1X chip. It's unheard.
I'm going to push back a little bit on one thing, and that is about that they didn't put their best effort. And I think I say this plenty, and I've only recently realized I want to start checking myself, and that's why I'm going to mention it here. And that is, I'm realizing more and more in this hobby that I enjoy, you know, as I've grown up and I become more aware of different games and what potential for games there exists, as I have matured my own taste in games, as I understand the industry a little bit more, although definitely I am not an insider in any way, I have the tendency to assume certain things about the development of games, whether it's laziness or whether it's a lack of skill or whatnot. And I've also realized only recently that a lot of times it also comes down to resources. Maybe for all I know, you know, I mean, again, it's Disney, so it's gonna, and Square Enix, so it's gonna have plenty of money in the coffers. But you know, maybe the team that was trying to get this on cloud, maybe with what they had to work with and the time and the budget and the technology, maybe this is the best they could do for now. You know, they might have poured hours and hours and all of their time, energy, and effort, and maybe that's all they could do. I don't know.
That's a good point. And the other possible reasoning is, have you noticed with this? I mean, I don't want to go into them too much because I don't want to, spoil too much. But Square Enix did a lot lately, as you can guys tell what was going on. There was a lot of Square Enix. So what I think is going on, time crunch.
Yes, and with COVID,
time crunch is a big part of it.
There's still so many things that are continually impacted by COVID, with development timelines and whatnot. You know, maybe they had a desire to actually port these games, and then they had to can and scrap that idea because they just knew they weren't going to be able to get to it. Lots of different options or possibilities. So I don't want to jump to the one that assumes the worst in the developers. But that being said, I totally am with you. It's so unfortunate when you see a game that that's more graphically demanding, perform just fine on the Switch, and then you have a cloud port, which intrinsically doesn't have the same sort of permanence, because as soon as those servers shut down, you no longer have access to the game. So essentially, you're licensing a temporary use of that game, and then to add insult to injury, it doesn't perform well, and so that is a shame, and it's my hope that we don't see too many games just cloud based, because again, you're licensing the temporary use, and for a lot of people that might be fine because you basically do that when you go to see a movie in a theater,
right?
So if the cloud game is priced reasonably, you feel like you can get your money's worth out of it, that you're going to play all the way through it, and then you probably aren't going to go back to it. Great. But if you're someone like me or you, who we like to collect, and then we dabble and go back, we return to games years from now, I'll be going back to my original Nintendo or my Wii games or whatever,
right?
If cloud gaming's not for us, right?
I mean, I could be okay with it. Like, when I saw cloud gaming, I was skeptical but intrigued. I'm like, this could be a good way to get some of those really more graphically, needed games to be running on the Switch. So I'm like, I'm not 100% for it, but I'm not against it yet because I want to see what they're able to do. And when I saw Control, and I actually tried Control, I'm like, this could be a positive thing. This could be a good way to get.
So Control was cloud-based. That's right. I'm sorry. I thought it was port. Gotcha.
Nope. Control was cloud-based. That was one of the other ones that were cloud-based, like the Guardian of the Galaxy.
That's right. Yeah. Which I actually almost considered getting just because I am interested in that game, but we'll see. I'm going to interrupt you for a moment just so we can carry on here. We are
Sure.
gonna. Do you have your game set up so we can play some fast Neo racing?
Yep, I got my Switch going, and actually, I'll go ahead and switch on over to the PC.
Excellent. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and lower the audio for a moment, and folks in the chat, I'm curious to know what did you think of this so far? Have you enjoyed these racing games? Does this one look compelling to you? Is this a racing game that you would pick up? If so, let me know in the chat. Hot Shot Racing. It's a pretty cool one. I was starting to remember the hang of it partway through there, and I definitely want to play more of that for sure. Okay.
Yeah, Hot Shot Racing, that looks good. I'm actually on the eShop right now. I'm actually searching that up and putting that on my wish list.
Excellent. Hey, wait a minute. What is going on here? Oh.
What's up?
Well, that's funny. I just noticed. I'm gonna change a few things around real quick. But
Mana,
yep. Can you hear me?
that game is on sale.
Oh, how much?
$4.
Everybody, Hot Shot Racing, $4. Head on over to the eShop.
It is
That's
on sale to the 18th.
phenomenal. Okay.
Oh,
that is...
you and this game has online.
So there you go, everybody. $4 to get that game that you just saw. That's going to be a hard one to.
That's Mana. Oh, we might have to stream this. I might just pitch this up so we can actually do a full stream of this. Oh,
there you go, my friend. I think you found. I've convinced Scooter. Sorry about that. I'm sorry, Witty Kendra. No, $4, everyone. If you wanna, what am I doing? Hold on a second, folks. I'm
$4 is a Happy Meal. I can
$4 is a Happy Meal. You heard it from Scooter, everybody. $4 is a Happy Meal. I think that does sound really good.
$4.
$4.
Kendra makes the final decision because she makes the final. What do you think? Would you try it?
We're waiting.
It's $4.
$4.
So good?
$4. Going once. Going twice.
Your money, not mine, so go for it.
Go for it.
But
Okay.
don't ask me for $4 later on.
Got $4.
No.
There we go. By the way, everybody, I'm sorry. I realized my audio through Discord was routed incorrectly, so you should be able to hear. Now Scooter has moved to the other side of the room.
Yep.
in the sonic space.
Maybe they don't want to hear me. I think they want to hear me, Kendra.
Oh, they do. I just moved you over into the right side.
No, no.
There we go.
Gotcha.
Can I be a wild child? Huh?
Okay. I think the kind of combat racers are cool. Spookly says anything where you can interact with the other players' cars other than just crashing into them. That's cool. Now, Scooter, I am going to mute you for a moment here just because I'm going to address a few of the comments, and I'll be right back.
Here, I'll mute myself. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. So first of all, let's go up here. Coops Central had asked a while back if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow night, and indeed I am. I'm going to be streaming some animal games, so Animal Crossing and Grapple Hound, Grapple Pup. I forget the name of it. Anyway, that is what we're going to be streaming here soon tomorrow night. So if you're interested in that, feel free to hop on over. Man, I love you dearly, but I'm fading. No problem, dearest Animate Barrel. I understand and love you too. I get it. No problem. You go get ready for bed, and you have a wonderful rest of your night. And don't sweat it. Thank you for being here. Aw, thank you. No worries at all. And I am just going to change this to RMX. Fast RMX. Does it show up? It doesn't show up here. What is this? Fast RMX Racing, maybe? RMX. No. Wow. Fast RMX is not actually showing up as a Twitch category. Fast. Wow. Huh. I'm going to have to look at this. Fast RMX does not show up. So I suppose what we could do, we got to think about what we're going to do here. Games and demos. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to actually do just chatting and go back to that just because we are doing some chatting and stuff. I think that makes sense. Let me go ahead and read back with chat again real quick. Scooter just about ready here. Dark Solid X is here. Welcome on in. Dark Solid X saying hi, Mana and Scooter. Now, Pixel Knight says graphics being good is a bonus to me. For example, the new SD Gundam game honestly looks better than anyone would expect for a chibi giant robot game, which that's fair. No problems there. And then we've got Coop Central. Oh, Coop Central says good night. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I'm to say good night now. 3 streams in a row is pretty good. Yeah. I'm sorry I missed you there, Coop Central. I'm super glad that you were able to come in. Anime Bro also says I'm not very good at racing games, so I don't play them very often. And so there we go. I think, and Pixel Knight says I'm back and I can stay this time. I think we're good to go again. Scooter, welcome on back in. So sorry, everyone, that I missed some of those comments. I'm gonna do this real quick. I feel guilty. I'm gonna send a little whisper to Coop Central, real fast, and just say, hey, I saw your message. I am streaming tomorrow night.
Oh.
If I can. Why is it not letting me do it? Scooter, are you there?
I am here. Yes,
All
I
right.
am.
Welcome back, my friend. So,
not a problem.
Did you find Fast RMX in the Twitch categories?
I did not, but I do have Fast Racing Neo, which is the Wii U version, but that would be the closest because it basically Fast Remix is an enhanced port of that game.
That's true. That is
so
true.
You could put it under Fast Racing Neo if you wanted.
I might do that actually. I might do that. That's probably good.
Yeah, because that's probably why they did it, because there's some games like the Super Mario 3D All-Stars collection, they got rid of that.
Okay, really?
Yeah, they did. You can't put it under Super Mario 3D All-Stars anymore, so you had to put it under either Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, or Mario Galaxy.
Okay.
So I think they do that to kind of like cut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cut
down on all those. And honestly, I kind of like that because in that way, it'll be getting more people together in one group and stuff like that, instead of having like, oh, we got one for Mario Kart 8, now we got to have one for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe,
Right.
even though they still do right now, which is kind of weird. They should kind of just, but that's just the way it is.
It's so true. Yeah. All right. Please use whisper window. Why does it not? It really hates. It hates when I'm trying to do whispers. Let's do this again. I'm trying to do a whisper real quick.
Oh, no worries. You go ahead and do that, and I can keep an eye on chat right now.
Thank you so much.
And Dark Solid, hi. I didn't mean to ignore you there.
Yeah, thanks for understanding, Solid. Okay, there we go.
Fast Remix is such a good game. It really deserves more praise. And I'm so sad that it does not get the recognition it does, because it is really, really good game. It is a launch game. It was a launch game for the Switch, and for $20, and it does go on sale quite a bit. And it has online and everything of the sort. 60 frames per second. It's and 1080p. It's actually kind of mind-blowing how good it looks. If you want a game, indie game, a cheap indie game that really shows off what graphics can do for the Switch, check this one out.
And I will go to Fast Racing Neo then for this. And let's dive in here, my friends. So
sounds good.
Let's take a look at this. It's a super cool game. We're gonna go to multiplayer, right?
Yep, that should be it.
Online communication, friends.
Yep.
All right, I don't even remember what's what, so I'm just gonna go with the first thing here. Starting multiplayer. Let's see what we get. Okay, we'll go with the first of everything. And waiting for players. So I don't know if that means you have to join me or how that works. Hey, look at that. Scooter's right there. This is working super well. Okay. So now it should be good. There we are.
Yep, there we are. We're in a
Okay.
match.
There, we're in a match.
I actually never played this online with someone, so it'll be
I haven't
interesting how
either.
well it runs.
You know, I have not either, but let's test it now.
Like I said, for a launch game, this is kind of mind-blowing how good it looks.
Now, this came out on the Wii originally as Fast Racing Neo, and I did play it. Oh, I don't remember the controls. Oh, boy.
Don't worry, we'll learn together.
We'll learn
okay,
together, yeah.
ZR should be go. ZR should be go.
Oh, I did an A, and it's working.
Oh, well, you can actually map the controls the way you want.
Oh. Okay, something's different from... Okay. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. I'm the orange. That's right. Okay. So we have to change... Oh, boy.
Yep, you got to change the color to match
Yeah, that's
There you
right. There we go.
Hello.
Change it like that. Oh, boy. And then you can kind of roll a little bit that way. You want to get the little gems. It's starting to come back to me.
Oh!
Yeah, so this is really going to be very, F-Zero's like, for those of you who are F-Zero fans. This is about... Now, I never played any of the F-Zero games other than the original Super Nintendo game.
Okay.
So I know a lot of people talk about the GameCube game and how much they love it. And I remember reading a lot about how this game reminded people of the GameCube F-Zero game when it came out.
It did. And the reason why is, one of the biggest reasons is the announcer in this game is actually the F-Zero announcer.
Wow! Oh, I did not know that. That's cool. That's cool. So yeah, so this is very much an
F-Zero without
F-Zero spiritual successor. Exactly. Yeah, without Falcon Punch.
Exactly. And it's a very good one. And graphically, it looks great. Playing 60 frames smooth. Unless you get to 4 players, I think they drop it down to 30. But even 2-player split screen is still 60 frames.
Let's just say this right now. I'm not getting any frame skips or discernible lag. And
Buttery smooth.
yeah, this is impressive. Hey, Metal Ryan.
Like I said, and they did this for $20. Like,
yeah, and it looks gorgeous. I really love the art direction of it. I mean, all of these wild cityscapes. This really, actually, a very nice level of polish for again a very small, independently created game. You can just tell that a lot of care and attention went into it. There's some really nice filters on it. It does not feel like a cheaply made game. This is nice.
it's so easy to go to like a polygon look or a lower, like a 64 look or something like that.
Yeah.
They chose to really try to say, hey, you know what? We're going to really make this look nice. And it looks really nice even on the Wii U too. Like the Fast Racing Neo on the Wii U, it looks really good.
Look at the bloom on the vehicles and all of those post-processing effects.
Yeah. It's a very this game really needs more praise, because this is a type of content that I love to see, that they're pushing boundaries. They're not just doing the easy way and we'll just do 8-bit graphics or 16-bit. This is really impressive, because it's like, you're selling it for dirt cheap, $20, and it almost looks like a AAA game.
This actually was, I believe, my third purchase for the Switch.
Okay.
And I remember loving this on the Wii U, so I figured, you know what, I'm going to double dip, and to be able to play this on the new system and potentially with some new players. Ow! We both just got hit, I think. Ouchies! I'm glad we both did that. I thought this would be cool, and I double dipped, and I really did play this a lot early on. It was also one of the first games where I really got to explore what HD Rumble was all about.
Yes, this game does a great job with the rumble, especially when you boost or you hit something. Like if your vehicle there explodes or something, you definitely feel it. It's definitely another prime example of HD Rumble does right.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot of games that do it better now, but for their basically being a launch game, it's darn near impressive.
Yeah.
Very, very impressive.
Yeah, for sure. And at the time, I didn't have a lot of examples of really prominent HD Rumble. And I remember that one aspect about this game that got a lot of press at the time of release was that it took the strong foundation and then added a very fun element, which was the HD Rumble. And that was another reason I'm pretty sure behind me double dipping in this game. And I haven't played a lot of it since then, I'll be honest. This may be the first time I picked it up in years. But
yeah, honestly, I haven't really gone back to it too, and it's kind of sad because again, this game really does deserve it. This game really does shine in the multiplayer, I think, more than the single player, and that's kind of the sad thing because no one really knows about it.
Right.
So that's why it's hard for me to go back to. But honestly, I like if Mana says, "Hey, let's play some fast RMX," I'd be like, "Let's do this. I'm down," because it's really, really good. It definitely deserves the praise. Shinen, I really want to see more from them. Because
say that again. How do you pronounce it?
Shinen.
Shinen. I always thought it was shinin, like shining.
Yeah, I thought so too, but I thought I saw in an article it's Shinen.
That makes perfect sense. I never knew.
I could be wrong, so don't quote me on it.
Okay, all right. You heard it here first. We have no clue.
No clue.
Oh, ow.
But,
Ooh.
yeah, they did a game called The Tourist, which is another prime example of like a really graphically impressive game on the Switch. It's like they know how to do it. It's like Panic Button. They know what to do with the Switch. It's very impressive.
You know, they, if I'm not mistaken, they actually developed a franchise called, was it Jet Rocket or something? Something
Yeah.
Jet. It was a platforming series. I'm almost certain here. I will look it up after this, but it was a really fascinating thing because it was a WiiWare title originally. I think they got their start with WiiWare.
Yeah, I
And
think you're right.
yeah, and I'm gonna look it up here.
Second place.
Sorry.
I was in front of you.
Well,
It showed me on my screen. I was in front of you.
really?
What?
Did it really? So that's maybe our first indication that that we're not in sync. There's probably like what's that type of technology, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, at least it doesn't feel like like unless you notice that. I mean, I've even had that happen in Mario a few times where it said I was in first, but then it showed the actual results and I was in second. So
Right.
I mean, if Nintendo can't even get it properly done, I'm not going to blame them for not doing it. And the fact that it actually runs 60 frames.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't get too
Fault it.
upset about that.
No, not at all.
N7 Delta Force, he lapped you when you weren't looking. Delta says, "Mana hacks." Dark Solid X says.
What happened? That must have been.
That sounds right. I'll go with that.
We'll go with that. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Oh, fire.
Yeah. So, there we go.
Oh my
So
goodness.
yeah, I definitely am a fan. I mean, look at this one with this nice open world look and the skybox there. I mean, this is a beautiful,
Why does this
really
make me think
beautiful
of
game.
Star Wars?
It does look. It's like pod racing, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. This level is totally making me think of Tatooine.
It totally is. This is like
Oh.
the first level in the pod racing game.
Mm-hmm.
So N7 Delta Force, thank you so much for being here, my friend. It's always a pleasure
Yeah.
to see you in the chat. For those of you who don't know, Delta is a content creator, former streamer, but just an all-around fun guy to hang around with. You'll see him most often in Fizzbolt's stream, hanging out with Fizzbolts, Jandon Com, Sheepy, Sheep Machine, all of those friends of Mana as well. They're friends of Mana, and yeah. But I always love seeing you around here, Delta.
Yeah,
We're doing some racing games tonight. We're playing right now a Fast RMX, which is a remake of Fast Racing Neo, and not a remake really. It's a what would you call it? Enhanced version. That's exactly it. Ooh, I definitely took a hit there.
Yeah, it added some new levels and some bonus content, and it runs better and stuff. To me, it's kind of like a Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze type of deal. Like it's not, it's enhanced. It's not like a remake or a remaster, I wouldn't say, but definitely enhanced port. That's where.
I agree with you, and I would just tell anyone out there. I think Sheet Machine might really enjoy this game as well. Anyone who does not currently have this, first place again. Hey, I did notice that, at least for me, R is boost. I don't know if that helps you.
Yeah, I use the A button for my boost. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I think
the problem
I must have a
with
different
that
control.
One, I kept getting hit by the fire and then it exploded.
Yes, that one was tricky. Yeah.
That one was a trick one.
But
yeah, Pixel Knight agrees with me. It's an enhanced port.
Yes,
That's
that makes
exactly
sense. Now this is pod racing. Pixel Knight says, I like it. Middle Ryan says, "Is this a Fast and Furious game, man?" No, this one is not. It does. I mean, it looks great, right? It looks gorgeous. I'm gonna just take a look here at Shinin Multimedia, and here we go. This is it. Let's see. So, what did they do?
Oh, look at this course.
Yeah, no,
this course is an example of.
Oh, beautiful, right?
It looks at 60 frames.
Yeah,
this is beautiful.
So this is a buttery smooth, beautiful experience here. I was right. I couldn't remember the name. Jet Rocket is the franchise that I was thinking about, which was initially a WiiWare title.
Okay.
And then they made a 3DS game, and it is a superb 3D platformer. Unfortunately, the original only existed on WiiWare, so there's no way to find it now, to my knowledge.
Ooh, yeah, no, most of the WiiWare stuff is.
Yep.
Much gone.
But you can still pick up Jet Rocket 2 for the 3DS while you have time right now. Oh, I goofed on that. That was bad. And GP says this does look really nice, right?
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
It's a beautiful game. So Shinin did all of these small, bite-sized games, but I first learned about them. Ooh, that was rough too. I first learned about them with Jet Rocket, and I was so impressed with Jet Rocket, and I picked up Jet Rocket because I like platformers. This was around a time I didn't have as much money for games. I was very cautious, and racing games, and I kind of figured, hey, I've got my favorite racing games. When a new racer comes out, it's got to really be compelling, because any new game, it was a lot less likely I'd be able to pick it up. But because I knew the pedigree of this company, I picked up Fast Racing Neo for the Wii U, and ooh, that was rough. And I really, really was not disappointed. And this course, you might also realize this has a really neat sort of mechanic where the gates that you launch from need to be the color or your ship needs to be that color. So right now, I need to be blue in order to get the boost to actually make it to the other side.
Yep.
And so it's almost like adding a quick time event to your game.
It is. It really is.
Yeah.
You're going to be using that color switch a lot, and I really love that mechanic. It kind of gives you more of a skill. Like, should I go for this one? Should I go for this one? There's definitely, I kind of like it like that, where it gives you like a chance not to go like randomly and get the best item or whatnot, but it definitely shows even more skill level. Like, oh, I should go for this one or this one.
That's it.
Yeah.
Now, Scooter, we had an excellent question in chat here from Pixel Knight. Who is your friend that you're speaking with? Which I think is an excellent opportunity, if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself for those who may not know.
Sure. Hi, guys. I'm Scooter10289, also known as Chaser the Ultimate Gamer. I am a huge Nintendo fan, so that's... well, I'm a huge Nintendo fan with... Yes, I know. Thank you, Kendra. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Nintendo, though I do dabble in PlayStation, Xbox, and PC, but for the most part, you will see Nintendo on my channel.
GG.
Old school, GG. Old school and, modern stuff, I love it all. And yeah, I think I got a decent amount. I'm not going to say like I know everything, but I think I got a pretty decent amount of knowledge about games and stuff. So if there's, I don't know anything. Yeah, that's my wife in the background.
Wow.
But yeah, I like to stream usually once a week. That's how my schedule is going. My wife, who's behind me too, she likes to join in some of my streams too. She loves Mario and Sonic, Doom, Duke Nukem, a lot of cool retro stuff too, and she does have her own channel too. But right now, she's been mainly just joining me on mine. Which one of our next streams will definitely be 1-2 Switch, which will be very interesting.
So, Right Kit Katie, welcome on in. Maverick, welcome on in. Thank you so much. And Right Kit Katie, thank you for the reminder to stay hydrated. I actually do need to refill my water. So, Scooter, I think after this race, I'm going to want to maybe switch games.
Sure.
And even though I could keep going, this is so much fun. But I'm gonna switch games after this, and then I'll catch up on chat, refill my water, and maybe ask if you wouldn't mind saying if hanging out and chatting with chat for a bit longer. That would be awesome.
No water for you.
No water for me. Okay, Kendra.
No, I'd be happy to stay in chat even if you're playing a different game. I can definitely help you keep up on chat while you're playing. I know racing games can be a little bit harder to keep an eye on chat.
Yeah.
Now, he's got quite a few.
and Scooter, there's probably going to be opportunities for us to do this again. I'm going to probably do more racing here. And maybe in the future, we'll even try adding video on your end so that people can see you and Kendra as well.
Yeah, we can definitely plan that up, and we'll actually do some this game. They want to see the puppy, of course.
Of course, and that's more than any of us. In fact, let's just make it puppy cam, and I'll.
Puppy cam. Oh, that would be cool. We should totally do a puppy cam stream.
Yeah, you should just have puppy cam, is what I'm thinking.
Puppy cam.
To be honest, let's play totally Garfield Kart Furious Racing. It's funny you mention that. It's funny you mention that, and that is because actually Shinin did develop a Garfield game, and that Garfield game is not a kart one. What is it though? It is.
What is it? You know what I'm talking about too.
I'm looking for it. Where is it? I just saw it. Oh, Garfield's Nightmare, a rock solid platform game with gorgeous graphics is what it's billed as. I don't know if that's true.
They do a good job with their graphics. I can believe that. I don't know if the gameplay is going to be like rock solid, but graphic-wise, Shinin really knows how to do their stuff.
I hope somebody saw that. That was amazing. I got some air right there is what I did. Second place.
Major air.
And 7 Delta 4 says, you didn't hydrate when your pod racer went for a swim on the last track.
Oh, yeah. You totally got hydrated then.
That's funny. Okay, I'm going to back out here.
Yep. That's quick to back out.
Oh my gosh, this is phenomenal. Actually, that is super impressive. I'm not gonna lie. So real quickly, I just want to kind of go through a couple of the games, standout games that I noticed here by Shinin, however you say it.
Sure.
Besides this, they also developed Nano Assault. If you've ever played that, it's actually quite a fun game.
Nano Assault. I think I actually have played it. I think that was on the Wii or 3DS.
I think it was on both. I think. There
was, it actually might have. It actually might.
3DS for sure, but they also developed Family Tennis SP. Just saying. So, yeah.
Okay.
They if you look at their game, and I didn't realize this. Did you know this? As I'm looking at this. Fast Racing League came out on the WiiWare service.
That
so
must have been
this
the first
series started on WiiWare. Boy, I wish I had that. Wonder if I picked it up. I'll have to go back and look.
Now we got to know if you looked at it, because if so, we got to see what that looks like. Because I want to see what they did with the low power of the Wii. Because I bet you that's going to look really good for Wii standards.
Yep.
Now I'm curious. I'm very curious about that one.
Yeah, so we're going to look into
Ryan. Hi, Metal Ryan. I see that you're saying hi there. How's it going, buddy?
All right. So I'm gonna go get some water. I'm going to let you. Car9, welcome on in. Chaser's the best man, huh? Hype. Thank you, Car9.
Oh,
Maverick
thanks.
says, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen." Hey, and JP says this reminds him of Spy Hunter. Thank you all so much. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go ahead and pop over. This will be just chatting chat. I trust you, my friend. If you wouldn't mind just hanging out with folks, I will be back.
No problem.
I can't be trusted.
Oh, sad face.
Lola can trust me.
She just gave me a look. She like, whatever, dude. Yeah. So, has any of these racing games that man has shown you, like, giving you any interest to pick them up? Quick, bring out the cookies and finger paint. We have cookies, but I don't think we have finger paint. Lola, do we have finger paint? She's giving me that look. She's like, I have no clue what you're talking about, dude. You have no clue what I'm talking about, dude. I love you. She tilted her head. Yeah, talking to the puppy. Man has gone. Quick, get the root beer. Doing good, just chilling here. Time to glitter glue Mana's car. Oh boy. Love you.
I might bring her over if she's.
That's okay. No, not really. Then again, I'm not huge on racing games. That's fair. I mean, not a racing game is like a lot of other things. It's not gonna be everyone's niche. So that makes sense.
But it's mine.
It's definitely mine. And JP says, I'm just gonna wait for the MK maps. I understand that, JP, but honestly, like for example, Fast Racing Neo, if you really want your F-Zero experience, $20. I mean, think about this: you're paying $25 for the Mario Kart stuff, and you pay $20 for this game. So $45, you're still paying less than a regular game.
Yeah. There are so many excellent racers. If you like the genre, there's a plethora of them out there. It does make me wonder, I'm going to go back to just chatting for a moment, but
Sure.
It does make me wonder if certain genres have peaked. A lot of people have talked about Smash Brothers and Mario Kart. What is the future of those franchises? Is there a way to actually improve them? Until the technology really improves and we get, incredible, ridiculous next generations of graphics, where does the franchise go? And even if you do that, the core mechanics, where do those go? Does it change? Is it just a new release on new hardware? Is it just, more pixels? Because you've got all of these amazing roster of characters. You've got it so balanced. You've got a beautiful engine. What do you do? Hide the root beer. Pixel Knight says, I love it.
That is a good question. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. And I think that's probably maybe why they push more for just DLC right now.
Yeah.
Because maybe they're just not really ready to do a new one with a new mechanic yet. Maybe they want to set more time away and probably wait for the new system. Because usually what they do is do one Mario Kart game per system. But no, technically, the Nintendo Switch got two. It's an off spin-off, the Mario Kart Live Home Circuit, but it's still a Mario Kart type. So, I'm actually happy. I'm really happy. I'm happy with just a DLC. I don't think.
Me too.
I don't think we're ready for Mario Kart yet.
And I'll be honest, as much as I am such a huge proponent for physical collection, I mean, look behind me. I love that I can pick up the games of my youth, take them off the shelf, put them in my system, and play exactly where I left off when I was 8 years old, 4 years, whatever, however old I was when I first played. Not 4, I don't think I was 4, but I was probably more like, I was probably at least 5 or 6, I think.
Back in my day.
Right? Many moons ago.
Many moons ago, we really had to blow in those cartridges, even though on the back of it says "Do not blow on those cartridges," but we did it anyway.
Right. Well, and JP brings up a great point. Nintendo's smart with really changing one game from another without graphics being super involved. I mean, yeah,
Exactly.
maybe Spookly's right. Maybe the next Mario Kart is marathon cross country racing.
You never know.
Or who is Metal Ryan Gamer says the next Fast and Furious will be in space. But
Yeah.
but I really mean this when now it is like even an independent company like Shin, however you say it, can produce Fast RMX, which is such a beautiful and like near, I would almost say like it's almost like a perfect game.
Yeah,
I mean, just from
it
what I
is.
just played right now, I'm like, I have no faults to say. I can't think of a single thing in that whole experience, just the last 10 minutes that I would find fault in.
Easily a 9 out of 10 for me.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's hard to get that rating for me, but honestly, there's so little wrong with it. I think the only negative thing is probably the single player can kind of get a little monotonous. Other than that, honestly, it's a darn good game.
Yeah.
Like, I
Like
can't,
near perfect.
I would easily recommend it. Like this would, like if you have $20, I would easily say buy it. Just buy it.
So now Dark Solid X brings up a good point. So this brings me back to if companies can develop games that are near perfect like this for racing games, you have a whole plethora of them that you can pick up and play because the genre has been so well defined.
Yeah.
And then Nintendo has its core franchise, which Mario Kart is not an arcade racer per se. It's a kart racer. It created the genre, but it also perfected it. And so now with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, to me, I cannot think of, and Nintendo will come up with something, I know, but I can't think of the next iteration. What would you do? Now, they did announce, the official announcement I heard is that they are developing Mario Kart 9 with some fun twists that people won't expect. But the thing is, with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, what Dark Solid X is saying, it's like 99 racers. What if they make it Mario Party Kart? It's only like expanding what is there is right now what people are talking about. But they've almost expanded it to as far as it can go in terms of the rosters, right? So now you have, and Mario Kart to me should stay Mario Kart. I'm sorry, Nintendo Kart. Hey, if Nintendo does it, I'm not going to complain. But I think, Mario Kart's got to be Mario Kart. There's something about the core that's got to be Mario Kart. Bring in other franchise characters, fine. I have no problem with that. But it still has to be a Mario Kart game. It's almost like they need to come to Mario's world, if that makes sense. Unlike Smash, where everybody's on equal footing. It's like, okay, everyone else is going to come.
Like arcade games. Like they brought Pac-Man and stuff like that. Like
exactly.
I do love I actually agree with you on that. I really think that they should keep it Nintendo, like mainly Mario focus.
Yeah.
But then have special characters, kind of like what Smash used to start doing. But now it's kind of like
now it's everything.
Really, yeah, pretty much exactly. So I agree with that. I think because it's just not going to be the same. Because I think it's going to kind of tarnish the Mario Kart brand if they go over to Nintendo Kart. It's not going to feel the same.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to kind of I think it's going to hinder Mario Kart if they do that.
But who knows?
I wouldn't
They'll
mind
surprise us probably.
Right. But honestly, if they want to do like a spin-off, like what Pixel Knight's talking about, like mix Mario Kart with Diddy Kong Racing, do like a spin-off, that'd be really interesting. I would be curious to see that.
Yeah.
But I don't want that to be the Mario Kart 9. I want that to do what like the Mario Kart Live Home Circuit did, is basically put it on the side.
Yes. Yeah. And Pixel Knight says, clearly the way to make Mario Kart better is making new Mario Kart is by bringing back Diddy Kong. I'm right there with you. We need Diddy Kong back.
You got to have Diddy.
Exactly.
Just don't bring him back as a Smash character. I'm sorry. I hate to play this Diddy Kong in Smash. I'm sorry.
Now, Pixel Knight brings up, so I mean, Diddy Kong Racing is basically Rare Racing, right? And
essentially, yes, because it had Conker, Banjo, so essentially it was Rare Racing. Yeah. They did take out Conker and Banjo when they brought it to the DS.
Did they really?
They did.
Interesting. Now I feel like I have to go back and get the N64 game because I did pick up the DS game. I never played it, but I thought, I'll pick it up because I don't have it for N64, and it was cheaper that way.
Yeah, the DS one is really good, but if you really want the original experience, definitely go in. And honestly, I would pick it up now because it is starting to raise in price a little bit. Like I got my copy when it was like $15.
Yeah.
Now it's to about $30 that I've seen it, so it's not too horrible yet. but I would recommend probably picking it up right now, same as Banjo Kazooie, because I have a feeling that those prices are going to start rising.
I do have Banjo Kazooie. That's good.
I
But
don't.
speaking of, oh, again, maybe you get that and I'll get Diddy Kong.
There you go.
Speaking of pickups for games that were rising in price, in price, I did buy my first retro game since the pandemic. One of my first, I guess I've gotten others. One of my first retro games since, because I got like some Zelda games and stuff. So, but this is one of the first retro games which I got. Let's put it this way. Specifically because I realized that in the pandemic prices were going up. Track editor is a great idea, by the way.
I agree with that.
Prices were rising. I realized I had been holding off for so long to pick this up.
What is it?
Since things were rising.
I love the suspense.
Rise Star. Now it's not an excellent condition copy. I haven't cleaned it yet, but there is some label wear and damage.
Yeah.
Part of the reason that I picked this up is because it was a pretty decent price, I felt, and I had held off for so long trying to find a really excellent copy, complete in-box with manual, and finally I decided I just want the game and I don't want to miss out, so I picked up Rise Star for the Sega Genesis, a game which I'm very excited to play. This was the first sort of game without a purpose. That's maybe more to the point. It was the first retro pickup for me that wasn't specifically because I thought, oh, I want to collect all the Zelda games to stream them, or I want to pick up the other Metroid games that I don't have before. You know, this was like specifically just a retro game that I knew I had played somewhat and loved and wanted to go back and pick up and own and play.
Sure.
That was fun. Marshall!
Yeah. I was about to say that. I was like, Marshall! Love it. But yeah, I actually recently tried Rise Star. I was doing the Sega Genesis, and then I just let people choose games, and Eel Guy's like, try Rise Star. I'm like, okay, let's try it. It's definitely very, very unique. Definitely one of the, probably like a really, really unique platformer. You don't see that kind of style with it. It's definitely a game that you really have to get used to the controls.
Yes.
But it's definitely one, I believe, that once you get the controls down, it's actually a really fun experience.
Yeah, and you know what? I have played some of it. I forgot it's in the collections too, but
oh yeah,
when I played
it, collections.
I know, really, buying Genesis games almost seems silly. It's, you know, I have noticed that Sega Genesis games, I mean, they're kind of getting more, they're rising in value, but I think Genesis is going to be somewhat lost to future generations like Atari. You know, you can get Atari games for so little. Hey, Little Big Planet Boy, welcome on in.
Little Big Planet. I like that.
Yeah, I love it, right? Atari games are so inexpensive. I think Sega Genesis games will eventually be like that. Right now, they're a great game system to collect for. I'm just going to say, because actually games are way underrated for that.
Except for one game that I want to get for Atari. I just found out the price and it gave me a heart attack.
Yeah.
I was going to pick up the old Halloween game because I'm like, yeah, there's not really an official Halloween game based off the movie. And I looked back at the Atari game and I'm like, oh my goodness. And then I was like, all right, let's just see how much it's worth. I think it's like $14,000. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not picking that one up.
Yeah, right. Yeah, whoa. That's wild. But hey, just to make sure that I get these chats here. Spookly says Rise Star was a game in a big box of games my uncle handed me like 30 years ago, which is awesome. Pixel Knight says, wait, you want to stream all the Zelda games? I didn't know that. I know. I'm slow going. I am planning on beating Link's Awakening. I almost did that tonight. I thought about doing it Saturday, but I'm going to postpone it to next week. Because logistics, I want to make sure I have my Guide of Mana in place. But the next games that we're going to be playing after Link's Awakening it's going to be the CDI games, and I'm super excited for that. Honestly, if we even push off the Zelda playthrough, where we go another month or two before we get to the next game, as long as we play the CDI games, I'm feeling good about that.
Yeah, that shoot's gonna be very interesting to see
I'm so
because
excited.
I've
On
never
original
really
hardware. On original hardware.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's gonna be really interesting, and it's
Fun.
gonna look really nice on the retro tank too. So I'm definitely excited to see that one.
That's going to be a lot of fun.
And back to the cringiness.
And then, yeah, and the pinnacle. So, Little Big Planet Boy, we are playing racing games today, and the idea here is I've gone through now a couple of different racing games. We started actually. Well, here let's pull up the stuff here. I can't wait for the memes we get to see today. So yeah, we started with Cruise and Blast. We went to Hot Shot Racing, and then we went to Fast RMX. So really a good lineup of games. We're actually going to switch over. I'm going to go next to. Should we do Asphalt 9 or Horizon Chase Turbo next?
Oh, those are two good games. You know what? Because of Horizon Chase Turbo is something that we definitely could talk about. Let's save that one. So let's do Asphalt 9 first.
Asphalt 9 is going to be the next one then. So we're going to do Asphalt 9.
Talk about that game all day. It's such a good game.
But Fast RMX is awesome. Oh, there's a new update. We're going to download that update really quickly. It'll take a moment. Nana, do you know what game I can't that I want to play but I can't? Bonk. Always wanted to try and beat that game.
Oh, Bonk. Okay.
Dude, I love that game. I definitely it's too bad the Wii, I did pick them up on the Wii Virtual Console, the series. That was the best way I think to pick it up. Bonk is a fun series. I have played through the original and really enjoy it. Dark Slot X asks, Mana, if you have a new character in the next Mario Kart game, who would you choose? I would have to say it would have to be a deep cut from Nintendo history. So maybe something like the Duck Hunt dog.
Yes. I'm so down for that.
Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't it be? It would be a perfect fit too.
You know what would be even funnier? Have the duck on top, and then when you honk the horn, the duck honk.
Yes, the duck is the horn. I love this idea. That's amazing.
Oh, I would so
raid
love
has
that.
just been initiated. All hiring
Daiso, this is a raid.
Transmission.
Welcome on in, Daiso. This is a raid.
Welcome in. Let's go ahead and give him a shout out.
Yes, Daiso Devon. Not a family-friendly streamer, just going to let you know, but a friend. Well, originally I met Daiso through Chaser the Ultimate Gamer or Scooter102089, who is hanging out with me tonight. So, Daiso, what were you streaming? Amazing pixel artist and video editor, Daiso Devon.
He's fantastic.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. Pixel Knight says, fun fact, the Bomberman hero in N64 was originally a Bonk game. I didn't know that, actually.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, he was playing Deltarune tonight. That's right.
Oh, right on. Not done yet. Right on. Well, it's more to play then.
That's what I say.
Yeah, Bonk is a fantastic series. We'll come back to that in a second. Delta says, behold the lineup of racing games on Mana's Switch. We've got Fast RMX. We've got Hot Shot. We've got Animal Crossing New Horizons. Wait a minute.
I love that.
I love that.
And you know what, man? I'm gonna one up you on this. This is a character that I want to see come back. They did come back for one game on Mario Kart. I want to see him come back.
Rob would be an excellent one. You know what? I'm right there with you. In fact, it'd be really cool to see something like every past Mario Kart racer involved. And then you add from there, and you add a couple of, I think, again, it would be really cool to have the Duck Hunt dog.
Everyone is here.
Yeah.
We're doing a Smash thing. Everyone is here.
I mean, but I mean, not necessarily. I mean, of course, we've got, I don't think we need all the Zelda characters. I don't think we need all of the Pokemon. I don't think we, but maybe a few specific, I don't even know that we need, Metroid. I like the outfits for Kirby and whatnot.
I really want them to keep doing the outfits and stuff. I do like that for the Mii, so then that way you have those little nods to Pac-Man and Mega Man and Metroid and that stuff. I think I'm still going to stick by with what I said earlier. If they want to do a nice spin-off, that's great, but don't make it the next Mario Kart.
I agree. And Daiso, am I following you? I'm gonna check this out. I don't know if I'm following you,
I don't know
Daiso.
if you are or not, honestly, but I guess we'll find out.
I am. I am following
Oh,
Daiso. Okay.
awesome.
Good. I'm
Awesome.
glad. But yeah, Daiso, thank you so much for that raid. I really appreciate it. Daiso says my throat is killing me from all the voice acting. Oh, I bet.
He does a
Gosh.
lot of voice acting, so I believe it.
And Pixel
And
Knight asks, Animal Crossing Racing, how is that not a thing yet? That's a great question.
that actually could be a fun little like spin-off too. That could be actually a really good one. I could
Yeah.
see that. I
Right.
could totally see
Ooh,
that.
Coop Central. Coop Central says, I'm back. Is the stream ending? No. I'm actually changing the game here, but it's updating right now, and it's actually just about done. In fact, it just swapped over. So now I'm going to go ahead and change the stream. It's going to be Asphalt 9 is what we're doing right now. And just to let you know, I don't know if you got my whisper. My apologies for not seeing your message earlier, but I am streaming again tomorrow night. But we'll be playing Animal Crossing and Grapple Dog, which I'm excited
Nice.
for.
Nice. Yeah, I've been keeping on track on super rare game. Excuse me, with the grapple dog. So
Yeah.
that should be a very interesting one. It's cool that they're actually going beyond just making games physical and actually creating games. So that's kind of a cool step up. So I'm
Yeah.
definitely curious to see where this is going to go.
Spookly says, "What the heck is Grapple Dog?" So yeah, fun, and I will go into it in depth tomorrow night. But the short version here, and you might do a little looking into it here later, is that Super Rare Games, which is much like Limited Run Games, a publisher of small, it's a small production indie games in physical form. Is now Super Rare Games is now creating indie digital titles or publishing them. So they're choosing their partners and publishing these independent games. So they have had a few games, I think like 5 or 6, and Grapple Dog is the latest. It was released yesterday, and it looks adorable. It's a platformer, a little like Bionic Commando, where you have a grappling hook that you can attach to things and grapple, and it's just got this adorable art style that reminds me of Part-Time UFO.
Okay.
And so that's what we've got. So anyway, here we go. This is Asphalt 9. Now, here's my first criticism right here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, is this cluttered? I don't know why. You know, mobile games, and obviously this started as a mobile game. I gotta say, I started with the original Asphalt game on iOS. I have been playing this series in every iteration since the first iOS Asphalt game. And it's interesting to see the evolution, but I tell you, mobile gaming, because of touch interfaces and because of the monetization, I think became so complicated in their menus. Look at what I'm looking at right now. How does this make sense to anyone? And I've got all these alerts trying to get my attention, and we've got and I don't even know what does the email icon mean? I'm trying to play my game here. Why do I have an email icon up there?
Yeah, that is my first big complaint with this game. Like, I love this game, guys. This is actually a really good free-to-play game. However, when I first started playing this, I was confused about where do I go? How do I start actually racing? It's a little. Actually, no, it's really cluttered.
It's very cluttered. Daiso, you're right. It's microtransaction stuff. It's the whole thing, but it just, unfortunately, that's my beef with it. Is that it started to become very convoluted, and I do appreciate the Switch version is a lot less microtransaction-y. But the thing is, and this is tough, it's designed for touch interface, and so it just feels so difficult to navigate with a controller, which is a shame, because that's what I want to be. I want to play it with a controller, darn it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, because there's quite a few times I open it up and I'm like, where the heck is my cursor? Like, and then I'm moving my controller around and I'm not finding it. I'm like, what am I on right now? And then I press a button, and then it takes me to something else that I didn't really want. It's
Like I don't,
it's a pain in the rear.
and I
Let's
don't
just
even
say
understand what it's telling me now. Like it's got this little boost icon. Does that mean that that car does better than this car?
that
Why?
boost means that it can be upgraded.
Oh, okay, so should I go with this car? I'm gonna go with this car.
I-
I don't know why. I don't want to. I don't want a blueprint. Oh, it's too. I have to get a blueprint to unlock it. So I guess I can't play that one. So I have to play this one. It's also
Yeah.
confusing. I'm gonna go with it.
Yeah, see, like, why is it colored up and stuff? Why can't it be like more in the background like the other one, like that you can't use it yet?
Yeah.
See, those are the small little confusions there. It's like it made it seem like, oh, let's go and start using this car. Then you click it open, and then you still can't use it. You need the blueprint. Like, come on.
Oh my gosh, my friend.
What?
Yeah, you are. Yes, yes. And I heard what you said, Scooter. I'm sorry. I got distracted. I'm putting it up on the screen now because Delta
fine.
wins the internet right now
Oh,
with
let's see.
just about the most perfect message I have. It's. Can you read it out to me?
Sure. There's an email icon because this is one of the few games where getting reach about your car's extended warranty actually makes sense. Brownie points right there.
You win the internet.
If I could send you some mana points right now, Delta, I totally would, because that's. I'll give you clap. That's bravo. That's great.
That's brilliant. Also, I don't know what just happened now.
Whoa.
I don't even know. I don't understand.
It's not a James Bond car, man.
You're right. I don't know what that was all about. That was terrible. What?
Funny
Now,
thing
what?
is, I'm actually downloading an update right now for this game too, because I actually do play this on the side.
I did for a while, and then I just it was too. There was too much. I didn't understand all the. Like if I want to play an RPG, if I want to have leveling and all this stuff, I'm playing RPG. If I want to just enjoy a racing game, I don't want to do all this. I'm old, stuck in my ways. I don't know what is going on now. Welcome to I don't.
Yeah, that just press the B button and get out of that.
There's so much going on right now. I'm so confused. Okay.
B button is going to be your best friend.
Right? Now what do I want to do? I would just do a daily event, I guess. No, the quick race.
Probably to your my career. I think that's
my career. My club?
Yeah.
My club.
No, not my club.
Not my.
I don't
no.
think.
Where's my career? Where's
all the way
about my career is over here. There we go. There we go. Play.
Pixel Knight says, "Congrats, Delta! You get an invisible pencil."
Nice. All right, we got to go back to this and try this one again because we failed horribly. But let's.
This game is actually pretty challenging.
It is.
I'm not gonna lie. My first few races in it, this definitely has a nice curve to it to learn. But once you get it down, it's actually a pretty fun experience. And if you can get past all this nonsense, I'm sorry, I'm going to call it nonsense because it really is not needed. It's actually a pretty fun game, which makes me kind of worried about the Disney because this is made from the same people. I hope it doesn't look this cluttered because it will make a little bit. But I'm intrigued by this game because I love Mickey Speedway racing on the N64, so I'm excited, but I am skeptical at the same time. Like, how much is it going to be? A lot of this type of nonsense.
Right. Yeah, it's ooh,
there you go. Now, one thing I would definitely praise the game on the graphics.
Yes. And it's even more impressive when you think about the fact that that this actually runs on mobile hardware as well.
It definitely got the boost on the Switch.
It did. You're right.
I do praise it for that. And
yeah. That's true, and it looks good.
Yeah, it definitely feels like on the same level. Like, as much as I don't praise EA, I will praise them on like Burnout and Need for Speed because their games are very polished looking. This is almost on the same level.
Yeah,
and for a free game, that's not bad.
Yeah, and I think that this could actually, if this was a single purchase game like the original Asphalt or something like that, and you bought this and you didn't have all the microtransactions, I would actually say this would be an excellent. I mean, it's an excellent game as it is, but I would have no hesitation recommending it if it did not have all of the extra bits and bobs.
Yeah. Pixel Knight says, why do you mean a mostly mobile developer ran it? Miles doesn't give you high hopes. I mean, maybe because the fact that they're focusing on console, maybe it won't be this way. But because that it already has that fine line of free to play, it's not giving me that much. Like, okay, it's gonna, and you know, it's obviously made from the same people as Asphalt. So
Hey,
I
first
mean,
place.
we'll see. It's a game on my radar, and obviously since it's free to play, I'm definitely gonna try that on stream. But I will not be surprised if it has all this nonsense in there that's not needed. But
Yeah.
we'll see. I don't want to judge too soon. I don't want to judge too soon yet because we don't know.
Yeah, we just don't know. And the other, the one thing I'll say about, because I think this is Gameloft, right, that makes this game.
That's correct.
Okay, one thing about Gameloft is that with their franchises, they always iterate and they always change things up. So, who knows? Asphalt 10 maybe doesn't have any of the, this sort of layout, and it's more intuitive, and who knows?
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
don't.
I mean, Gameloft is not, this is actually a fun game, so it's like they're a bad company and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So,
They
maybe
make
they're
great
going to adapt
games.
this. And I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that are going to be like us and say, yeah, that menu is too crazy. Like, so maybe they'll look at it and go, yeah, you know what? That was kind of crazy. Maybe we should kind of like back up a little bit on it.
Yeah.
So, companies are willing to look back on their stuff and go, hey, maybe we should have done.
Yeah.
Nintendo does the same thing. I mean, people were craving for Earthbound, and companies do listen more than a lot of people like to agree that they do.
It's probably worth mentioning a little more about the history of the company that developed this. I mean, by the way, look, these graphics are absolutely amazing.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, Gameloft, and I'm very familiar with Gameloft, having played a large number of their games back on iOS. They're a developer. They were the first, what you might call a AAA mobile developer.
Yep.
They were known back with Java games on flip dummy phones, non-smartphones. They made little Java games, and after iOS opened up its development kit, and you could actually its API, and you were able to make games for iOS. They were sort of a breakout success. They developed games like the Asphalt series, and many of these also, by the way, would get ported to the DS around that time. They made an excellent version, a sort of mobile port of Assassin's Creed, which I think a lot of people would be surprised to know. I'm pretty sure. That look up on that part. I could be wrong on that. They also made an excellent RPG series, one of the first RPGs on iOS. The first truly well developed one, a dungeon crawler. They just went to town, and they were really they were the AAA developer. Games were polished. They were taking established game franchises and making clones, basically, of them on iOS. And that was their key to success. Like, don't get me wrong, it wasn't just that they were making amazing games. They were they were on the cusp of plagiarizing popular franchises, but it worked because no one else was bringing them to mobile. They took it seriously. They said, hey, we want these experiences on mobile, so we're going to create them. And I bought them up. I know plenty of people who did. And this was back before microtransactions. This was sometimes you'd pay $4 or $5 and you would get this incredible experience, very like what you would expect on a platform like the DS, where you'd spend at least $30. So Gameloft really did some impressive stuff. And now, looking at this game, it is microtransaction heavy on iOS. It's less so on Switch, but it's still there.
Yep,
But it's free when to get a comparable experience to this, you'd be spending at least $30 usually.
You know, I have not spent a penny in this game.
Me neither.
I have not spent a penny, and I'm still enjoying it with that. So,
Yeah.
this is one of those games that I just, when I really want kind of like a mindless fun game, this is what I'll do. So this is not a game that I go to day by any means. But there's no denying that my car just do there. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's just really good, mindless fun. That's the best way I can put it. And, you definitely get still a decent value for being free. As much as microtransactions are a big problem, well, maybe not necessarily a problem. This game not necessarily really a pay to win. It'll take a little bit more time, but it's not really. I wouldn't really consider this a pay.
Yeah. Oh, you still there?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, no, by the way, now that I've refamiliarized myself with the menu, I've played a couple of races. Those races are darn fun.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate that you kind of get the sensory overload and you're trying to figure out what you're trying to do most of the time to get into those fun parts. At least me, having not picked this up for a while. But the actual game in here is really fun.
Yeah, the core of it. The core of it is really good. It definitely has its problems, but it's fun.
Pixel Knight, by the way, says I'm going to need to snap, crackle, and pop. And then Pixel Knight has left the building. Thank you so much. By the way, they say, what do you mean? And then that was that comment there. Spookly says, someone recently pointed out Nintendo has some of the best archives of the major companies, whereas Sony has flat out lost entire games of core code. I think that's true, yeah. Spookly's got to lay back and rest, no problem. Go lurk, have fun, take care. And Daiso says, I'm sorry for not talking much. Currently being bullied to fight Jevil. I don't know who that is or what you're talking about, but you do what you do. And no worries, lurk away, my friend. Daiso, I'm just happy you're here.
Absolutely. I agree with what Spookly said. I completely agree. To me, Nintendo is like the archiving Disney. I don't think I could put it any better way than that. They definitely put things back in the vault and then they'll bring them out at a bigger time. And then people complain about their pricing and stuff like that because they don't need to bring it out every year. And if you really want to blame pricing, I mean, look at Call of Duty or Madden games.
Yeah.
You really want to pay $60 just for most likely an updated roster? At least Nintendo is giving you something a little bit more of a value. So, and it's kind of nice because you're not getting it every year. You're waiting a few years, and then you're like, oh, yeah, I remember I used to like that game. And
yeah.
You see the new one, I want to try it. I mean, that's why we haven't seen 2D Metroid and like a new 2D Metroid. I'm not talking about the remake on the 3DS, but a new 2D Metroid in, I think it was like 15, 18 years, something like that.
Yeah, so I can't remember which one it was. I think it was 18. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it was 18. But yeah, I mean, it just proves my point is like Nintendo likes to do that. And honestly, it's a smart move. It's a smart move.
Yeah.
It keeps the value of your games.
It's not great for game preservation.
No, not by any means.
And that would be, I think, a fair criticism, although it's worth pointing out that that it is still totally their prerogative, their right. You could argue that maybe that will get argued someday. Maybe there should be some sort of parallel game archival strategy that is run through the Smithsonian or whatever, or run not Smithsonian but through the National Archive, whatever. Is that what I'm trying to say? You know what I'm trying to say? Because we've been getting games into the. It's the National Archive, right?
Yeah,
that's what it is. So, maybe that should be a parallel effort, and maybe it should be something that that is beyond the sort of the copyright, But But it is super hard to argue with the fact that Nintendo knows how to not just flood the market with re-releases so that those games no longer have value. Both Atari and Sega have done that, and in my opinion, and it's not that the games don't have value, but the perceived value has been lessened because you can get so many collections that just sort of have everything, and it's always sort of ported to the next thing and ported to the next thing, that people aren't, they don't look at those games the same way they look at like a Nintendo game.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, think about this, guys. Like, Nintendo wants to really praise this Nintendo Switch Online expansion pass with the Sega Genesis games. It's not a bad thing, but at the same time, Sega did release Sega Genesis Classics with 50 games on there. So you have 2 ways on one system to play those games. That just shows of how much they make it so that you can play anywhere. So if you can't be mad about, I can't play a Sega game. Like, how can you not?
Yeah.
It's pretty much everywhere.
But you know what? I would love to see I would love to see the expansion pass, or really just Nintendo Switch Online and everything, really develop into sort of a Netflix of Nintendo's archive.
Oh, absolutely. That would be amazing.
Can you imagine? I mean, basically, Game Pass has become the standout hit this generation for many gamers because you don't invest a lot to be able to play such a huge library of games. But Nintendo could very easily create their Disney Plus, right? Disney Plus is not Netflix, but Disney Plus has value because Disney content is so beloved. I think Nintendo could create the same thing. It doesn't have to have every game. It doesn't have to have the Game Pass level of games. It just has to have Nintendo games and maybe a few extras. Maybe it has Bonk for Dark Solid X. You know?
I mean, and obviously they're kind of doing that with the expanded pack.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the problem is they're doing a lot of drip feeding. I miss it back on the Wii when it was like every week 3 different games. I miss that. That was amazing, and sadly, it's just ever since then, it's never been the same.
Right.
And I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it so that you really focus on these games, so you can go to the next one. But some of those games that they choose to bring, and I get it, they're trying to be unique and put some. But I mean, Mana can justify with me that some of those games just are not fun to play.
No, you know what? I'm going to argue they're fun to play, maybe funny to play, my
funny
friend.
to play. I like that
as
better.
as you and I, we had quite some fun with them, but.
Okay, that's the fun. It's basically a
Right.
bad. It's like the Super Mario Brothers. You laugh at it of how bad it is, but you enjoy how bad it is.
Right,
It's the
yeah.
same experience. The games are bad. There's no denying.
Yep.
And like the biggest example, and this was actually a Nintendo first party game, the Stunt Race FX. It was hilarious us trying to do 2-player in it. I couldn't believe that Nintendo thought that game should have 2-player mode because it was running like 5 frames per second.
Yep.
It was horrible.
Right. Oh my gosh.
Oh
Yeah.
man. So I would love to see them actually do better with stop the drip feeding, but I kind of get it at the same time. They really want you to try these games.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword. It's a very double-edged sword.
My hope is that we will continue to grow the offerings, but then in the eventual Switch successor, hopefully this will just be the service. So everything that existed here will continue on, so then we could get a drip feed of more games. Ideally, yes, we wouldn't have the drip feed, but if it's going to be a drip feed, at least let it last for a while.
Agreed. And if you're going to do a drip feed, one thing I could recommend is if you're gonna put some games that probably no one's gonna really know, at least one game in there that people will know that we know that like not every time maybe,
Yeah.
but at least every other time, at least put one big hit.
There you
And
go.
there's some really big missing games in the collection. I mean, no one will forget Super Mario RPG. Personally, I would love to see Clay Fighter. I really would. They put
It's
Claymates
fun.
on there, so don't tell me it's not possible.
Yeah.
They put Claymates on there. Don't tell me it's
That's
not
right.
possible.
It's not. It's possible.
GoldenEye, as much as I want to see GoldenEye, and trust me, I can guarantee you, if they are able to get GoldenEye, if they
Maybe
can work
win.
it out with, people will buy the expansion pass.
Just to
I
be able
can
to play
see
online.
for that game to play online. I could see that being basically an expansion pass seller right there.
And then you know what's going to happen? Everybody. So what's going to happen is everybody's going to play it and go, oh. I mean, I hate to say it, right? I mean, look, nostalgia is wonderful, and that game can be fun. But boy, they were developing console first-person shooters, and the control method on that, right,
it was
JP?
Yep. It was pushing. Let's just say, yeah, but at least it's playable.
Carnine, and yes, Earthbound is now on the Switch. I'm super happy about that.
It's cool. But I got it on my SNES Classic
Yeah.
and on my Wii U, so it's not really a big deal to me. But I can see why people, because I've seen it all over the place, and that's what it was kind of funny when I heard it. There you go, guys. Now stop asking.
Yeah. Hey, I am playing Horizon Chase Turbo, which I just want to share with everybody. Isn't this game beautiful? I forgot.
For the style, yes.
I mean, I haven't played this in a while, and I forgot until getting into it just how smooth and beautiful it is. I love it. Is low poly, but there's this subtle texture, a slight fade, a slight gradient in aspects of the game. It really does stand out. I think it's a lovely looking game. And and I do appreciate it. And I think both of us got review copies, if I'm right, Scooter?
That is right. I did get a review copy of this game.
So I would love to know your thoughts, but before we get into that, I want to invite JP. If John Paul O'Keefe, well, first of all, John Paul O'Keefe wants to know how much this is. If you could find that out for me, Scooter.
Yeah,
but John,
I'm actually updating my game as we speak.
Thank you. And John Paul O'Keefe, I would like to invite you into the voice call for a moment, because I know JP is somebody who I've collaborated with in the past, a super nice guy, and I would love just to kind of end this stream with also hearing from you some of your highlights from the Nintendo Direct. And JP and Scooter and I have done collaborations in the past. It seems fitting. It's sort of like a welcome back tour. JP, if you want to get in here, feel free.
I could definitely. Well, maybe I can't do that. I don't know. I have to see if I can do that. I don't know how that works.
Guys, I don't know how much longer, but it won't be too long that I'm playing still. And Coop Central says this reminds me of Outrun. This does. And Rad Racer. This is very much going for that aesthetic. Definitely an Outrun sort of aesthetic as well. I love the low poly look.
Yes.
And Daizo says, all right, I was going to leave, but I can stick around if you're ending soon anyway. Okay, yeah, sure. I'd love to, but I have my son tonight. He's half awake. JP, no worries. We will do that another time. We will have Scooter get that info for you, and maybe we can have you next time. Because the other thing is, I should say, another reason is John Paul O'Keefe is somebody who does a lot with racing games, Mario Kart and the like. I think I'm going to do this. You know, Dark Solid X has created a little thing, which I think is a fantastic idea, with these fight nights where we play fighting games together. I can't wait to be able to make it to another one of Dark Solid X's fight nights and collaborate with him. But I want to do more of this too, where I go through some other arcade racers on the Switch and whether people are able to chat or play with me online or whatever, or whether we just maybe start doing a spin the wheel kind of thing and we just go through different racers. I know I have at least another stream of showcasing racing games. We could even do it for other platforms, but arcade racers are plentiful. We could definitely do this again. So this will happen again. Maybe we'll have JP join us then. Coop Central has to leave in 20 minutes. That sounds like a plan, Coop Central. And Car9 with the is that a lion? I can't quite tell.
That I think so. I think that's what it looks like to me.
Final lap. I'm in first place here.
You got this.
Let's see if we can make it.
You got it.
I do really love the feel of this game, and the look is just it's so reminiscent of Rad Racer. In fact, my dad and I played this a bunch when it first came out, and I got the demo copy for Steam. I think it was the Steam demo copy. I ended up having my dad play this. We hooked up my Steam. Oh, what was it called? Steam. Oh, what did they call it? It was. Oh man. It was the little hub that would stream your Steam library from your computer.
Oh gosh.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Anyone in chat? Do you know what I'm talking about? It was a little device, and now you could do it with a phone or with even a Raspberry Pi, but they created a little device that you could hook up to your main TV, and it would allow you to stream your gaming PC over to your other location. And I did that because in our old house, all of the office was where I streamed and where the gaming PC was. And then downstairs, that was where retro games were, and then upstairs was our main TV. And so it made sense because I could leave that up in the main TV. I could take it downstairs if I wanted. But now we don't have a TV anywhere except for in this room. This is our family room with the TV and the games. It's It's also where I stream from. It's got the computer set up. So so I just have my PC just hooked up to the TV, so I can just play it that way. But whatever this little Steam device was, the Steam Link,
okay.
The Steam Link is what I used to use to have my dad play it, and he and I would play this game, and we had such a blast with it. So, and JP, I'll send you a PM prior. It will try and make it happen.
Yeah, I'm sure. I could definitely help out too if needed. I'm sure we'll definitely get you in. But we got it.
Yeah. And but I mentioned again that we both got review copies. My experience was playing it that way. I made a little review of it. My dad and I continue to play it. He still talks about it sometimes, and we've played it a little bit. Once I got it on Switch, it was a lot easier just to allow him to play it. He's played it a bit. He has a account on my Switch to play this game. Well, not on the OLED yet, but he will. And but what is what's your experience with this game from a review copy and eventually I bought this on Switch. What's your experience, Scooter?
Honestly, my experience is about the same. It's actually really fun. It's 60 frames. At first, it was a little rocky on the Switch when it first came out, but this is a company that really takes pride in their game, and they've been listening to concerns. I actually gave them a few little video clips that actually happened in my stream, and they said, "Whoa, I can't believe that happened. Take a look into that." Was that so? They are very open to listening to gamers, and I don't want to say that's 100% the best idea, but it is definitely. It's kind of like when you go to restaurant and stuff, you can't always say the customer's always right.
Yeah.
There are cases where they're not. You gotta be opened, but make sure that it doesn't go overboard at the same time. It's the same idea. But,
what were some of the glitches that you encountered? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh my gosh, there was this one where I hope I could find the clip. I will, if I do, I will send it over in Artemana's Discord. I will
Okay.
send it over if I can find it. But there was this one where just out of nowhere, the game just like the game was still going. I was still racing and stuff, but it was like I was in the middle of the nowhere, just kept going and stuff, but I couldn't go anywhere. It was the this little glitch I've ever seen. It was hilarious. I was laughing more than like upset about it. But it was really hilarious. But there's sometimes like that. There was a few stuttering things that when I first initially played it, but I could say now, because I actually did go back to this game a year later because they were nice enough to send me a review copy, or excuse me, not a review, giveaway copy.
Oh yeah,
they did that, and I told them I would definitely stream it again to get them hyped because they had a new DLC at that point, and it was one of their year anniversary. So I went back at the game again, and I can definitely tell there was a heck of a lot of improvements over the original release.
Yeah.
So it's one game that they definitely take pride in, and they want to make sure that it's the best experience possible. And I respect that. I respect that.
Where are the developers from? Is it it's Spain, Portugal, Brazil?
Spain, I believe. If
Okay.
I'm correct.
Yeah,
I'll look that up.
remember.
But I'll definitely let you look that up for you. Let me see. And by the way, I did find out the amount right now.
Oh yeah.
The game is normally $20, but right now it's 50% off for $9.99.
So there you go, JP. If that's interesting to you, definitely worth. I mean, all these games we've played so far, it's all running between $5 and $20. So these are some excellent racers that I think you'd get your money's worth. Because, you know, if you look at it like a movie, you go to watch a movie in a theater, you're going to spend more than that, and you get maybe 3 hours worth of entertainment. And with a video game that you can go back to time and time again, I've gotten way more than that out of this game. And if you spend $10 to be able to get that much entertainment, you're probably doing pretty good. That's a matinee show in a small town.
Yep, and I am incorrect. I was wrong. It's not Spain. It is Brazil.
I was thinking it was Brazil, but the reason I was thinking that is, and I was thinking like Spain, Portugal, but it was because of the language, but it was Brazil. Yeah, exactly.
Nope, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, and I don't think you have Anna, but I just looked at my Switch list. I think I found another arcade racer for you to try.
Ooh. What is it, my friend?
It's called Grip.
I wonder if that's the one I'm thinking of. Here's what I'm going to do. After this, I'm going to play through this cup, I guess it's called. And then I'm going to actually pop up a web page, and we're going to do a little bit of research research, you know what I mean? We do a little looking into some of the games that, the other games on the Switch that I'm interested in, and we'll look up Grip and so on. Indie Kart Racers would be a fun one too.
It's a really fun arcade racer because the vehicle is actually, it's like a old RC car that you can flip it and it still goes.
Nice.
It's like that. So if you do get flipped over by an item or stuff, because it kind of has that Mario thing, you can still race and stuff, so it won't slow you down.
It's not what I thought, but I like what I'm hearing.
It's a very unique game, and it does have online. So if you do pick it up,
okay,
it is online based. But I think you would enjoy that one personally. I really do.
I will. That is going to be worth a look. And Seth Haskell in the house. If we could get a shout out for our excellent friend Seth. Ooh, he came in third at that time, but so good to have you. And Meta Ryan, don't mind me here listening into the stream. That's totally fine. You do what you do. JP says, I remember multiple PlayStations and TVs to play 2-player Command and Conquer, right? All these old setups we had to do. So funny. Dash Magnum, thank you for that shout out too.
You're a little quicker than me.
There we go.
Okay.
I love it.
He deserves a double shout.
And thank you, Dash, for being here. Thank you all. Seriously, you know what? There are so many people who came out tonight. I don't know if it's because of the fact that that it's Friday and more people are available. I don't know if it's because of the interest in these arcade racers. I don't know if people had just decided, hey, man, it's kind of a cool guy. I'm going to hang out with him tonight. Whatever the case may be, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for spending some of your Friday night with me, and know that I really appreciate it. And hanging out with me and Scooter. Scooter, thank you for disrupting all your plans. I know we had talked about this. I had wanted to collaborate with something with you, and you just go with the flow, and you're just like, hey, let's do this, and I appreciate that a ton.
Oh, it's not a problem. It really didn't. I really wasn't doing too much. We went out. Me and my wife had a nice little date. We went out to dinner, but then we came back and we were chilling and stuff like that. She was getting tired, so I'm like, yeah, I'll put her to bed. And then you said you were talking about this game, like, and then Kendra gave me that look, like, you're gonna be talking to me about this. Yeah, I kind of have to.
Like,
she's like, well, I'm pretty tired anyway. I'm like, okay, are you sure?
Yeah.
Remember that. Wifey is number one.
That's right.
Remember.
In this relationship, I am definitely not a priority. Yeah.
No, wifey is number one. Remember, happy wife. Happy
Thanks
wife.
for reading Art of
And
Manor.
speaking of love and support and people here, Rusty Green has rated us. Rusty Green, thank you so much. How are you doing? Welcome on in. I hope that you are having a fantastic night. How was your stream? Welcome on in, Raiders. Shout outs to Rusty Green. Thank you. What were you playing? Tell us a bit more about your streams. And right now we are going through playing some different arcade racers, having a blast with it. Right now, Horizon Chase Turbo, a game which both Scooter, my co-streamer tonight, I guess, and I, have both played and enjoyed. We've also played quite a number of other racing titles tonight. But thank you so much. I'm a E for Everyone family-friendly variety streamer with a focus on Nintendo, retro, and original hardware and indie titles. And lovely to have you here.
Yeah, welcome in, Rusty Green. So what were you playing tonight? With his shout-out, it doesn't show what you were playing. Which, honestly, man, that is actually something eventually I can actually help fix if you want to have that.
I don't know. It's like, is it a bug or a feature? One thing that's kind of nice about it is it prompts me to actually ask.
Fair enough.
It's a built-in question. That might just be an excuse for me being lazy. No, in reality, I actually because actually it's funny, if you go and shout out somebody who's currently streaming, it will show what they're currently streaming.
Mm-hmm. It's a code. A lot of these commands have a secret little code that you put in, and so the code that probably like Moobot, for example, has is it shows only what game they are if they're still live.
Yeah, and I removed that code for the announcement post stream, I suppose.
Yeah,
I had reasons back in the day, but I'm not sure they make sense now.
Right. If you go back and you switch the code now and you put in the right little coding, it will solve that issue.
What do you all think?
I kind of like that you had that set up that way. I kind of like it. Kind of does that.
It's quirky. I do so many. But the funny thing is, there's so many things that I'm so weird sometimes. I like carve my own path. Maybe it's like Nintendo. Sometimes I do things that everyone's like, "Why do you do that?" And I'm like, "Cause it's in some ways it's just to be different. Some ways I have reasons. They may not make sense, and then years later I might go back on them. Like I might just suddenly change it and like go back to, you know."
I can see you like someone asks you, "Why do you do that?" And I'm like, "Why don't you?"
Exactly.
He was playing Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Oh, nice. Oh, hey, you know what? I'm going to tell you right here.
Arceus.
So we've had this debate. I don't know if Memory Martin is still here. Because we had this in a poll last 3 streams ago. We asked people, so Arceus, what is it? And
Arceus. That would be my guess.
Arceus is what I said. I said I like Arceus better. It sounds stronger than Arceus. So I went. It's Arceus. In the Nintendo Direct, I heard them say Arceus. So even though I know plenty of people have said Arceus, it's probably a matter of taste, but I'm gonna go with Arceus.
No, I could see that. I mean, English is a very funky
Yeah.
language anyway.
If you say anything else, I'm not gonna be bothered by it. But
I'm not gonna be bothered if you say RCS. I mean, the only thing that I am very, very adamant about is if you call a soda pop. Or excuse me, opposite, pop soda. That's the one thing I'm like, no, it's
dude,
pop.
it's soda. I will tell you right now. you want a mana meetup. You're gonna come out west, and you're gonna hang out here, and you're gonna call it pop. No, it's soda.
Yep.
It's soda.
I call it pop.
we what? This is you're gonna come here. You're gonna
Maybe
hang out. You're gonna spend. You and Kendra are gonna hang out at Mana Manor, and no. And Daiso says a soda is 7-Up. No, what are you talking about?
No,
you're gonna come here.
I also have heard some people call it just Coke. It doesn't matter what pop it is or soda, whatever. But they just call it Coke. I've heard that before too.
It's a real shame. Some people can't be taught.
No, you can't teach this old dog new tricks, man.
Right.
You can't do it.
Fight. Delta's got the popcorn. No, I find it fascinating. It used to really confuse me in college. I was the first time I'd ever heard someone call soda pop was in college, and I think more than anything else that opened my eyes to a wider world that I could not fathom. Suddenly, my worldview had to be called into question, and everything I thought I knew was no longer sensical. So, I've gone through the stages of grief, recognizing that I had to be open to other ways to define soda. But hey, if you call it pop, there's no accounting for taste. So. Oh man. No, I actually find those little things interesting. I just found out some really fascinating stuff. We have our words for different animals when they are in food form, right?
Mm-hmm.
So interestingly, I never knew this, so I always thought about certain animals, however, are called the same name for both, whether they're in food or cute, fluffy farm animal form. So let's just let that thing sink in. But I can't remember if it's Australia or New Zealand or both, or maybe parts of both. There is a term for an animal that we often call in food form the same name. That's distinct. So, chicken, and it's not chicked cooking, which is this is going way back. This is a deep cut of mana. Delta might know this one.
Okay.
Early Art of Mana, I was working on a chicken cooker, and in Minecraft. So this is a machine that would basically breed chickens and then feed them and then make them grow. As soon as they grow, they pop into a furnace and then turn into a cooked food that you could then put in your inventory and regain health. Terrible. Think about this. Minecraft is teaching all of the wrong things to today's youth. But anyway, so I was making this like in year one, and I didn't know what I was saying, and I accidentally said, "Look at all this chicked cooking," and I swear. I didn't even realize it. I just was sitting there like, look at all this chick cooking totally earnestly. And then everyone in the chat is just going, chicked cooking? What? Anyway. But I kid you not, I found out in either Australia or New Zealand, a cooked chicken is chook. I didn't know this, so you learned something new.
That's very interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
Very, very interesting. And Coop Central says Wild Time really fries, but I'm sure that means flies.
Oh, but I like it fries. It's a good pun for the...
I do like that. I assume I'll buy Coop Central. Thank you for dropping by in Mana Stream. You take care, do good, and do well. We'll see you next time.
Yes, thank you so much, Coop Central, my friend. Really do appreciate that. Spending time here. I know it's not always easy, and taking time out of your Friday night, it's much appreciated. I'll see you tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah. You know what? I'm almost considering about let's make a poll of soda and pop, and you can. And I've actually even heard people say soda pop before.
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of curious to see which one's going to be on
Make a
top.
poll. Make a poll. Make a poll
I'll
right
have to
now.
see how. I've never made a poll for.
So you should be able to do it, and it's just /poll, and it will walk you through the steps.
Okay, I'll definitely try that.
I believe you have the poll power in the chat. Give it a shot.
Have power.
You've got the poll power. Hey, I just came in first. Eek, eek. Oh, come on, one more. I got the power. Okay,
All right, let's
fuel
see if I
low.
can
This
do
is dangerous. Come on, please. I want to make it. I want to make it. There we go. Yes. I went back, by the way, because I wanted to get first place and gold in this before we do the other stuff and wrap up. An epic mana derp moment, Dash says. That was, yep, from Minecraft. You remember this. Also, Dash says a hard stance, but I respect it, referring to what I had said about soda and pop.
All right.
That's funny. Daizo says, when I first hear you Americans called everything soda, I'm like, wrong!
You
That's
Americans.
And Delta says, oh, you weren't there, Delta. That was, I guess, just slightly before your time in Art of Mana lore.
And how long should we make this poll?
A minute should suffice, I would think.
All right, let's do a minute. And here we go, guys. So, what do you call a soft drink? I got 5 options: pop,
Ooh.
soda, soda pop, Coke, or soft drink. Because I
Ooh.
heard all.
This
So,
is
which
good.
one it is? Yeah, I'm curious now. So let's see. Poll is up, guys. You should be able to see it. Even if you're on mobile, you should be able to see it as well. So
Okay,
vote.
hold on. I
'cause
gotta
figured
vote. I gotta
it was on
vote.
top.
Oh, I can't vote. Oh yeah, I can't.
No,
I
I
can
don't
vote.
think
I can vote. I can vote.
Well, let's see if I can too.
Perfect.
I can.
Okay.
I'm gonna do.
All right.
Haha. So vote. Yeah, probably about almost 30 seconds left.
Get your votes in now. Get your votes in now. Get it while it's hot.
Because apparently we're talking about pop and soda. So
That's our life now. Scooter, I love
Which I'm
streaming alongside you. This is fun. You're
is
such
fun.
a great
I'm actually
guy,
drinking Coke right now. So
and you're such a great sport too.
it's fun. I'm enjoying myself. You know,
Yeah.
sometimes honestly, this is really. I mean, I love streaming. Don't get me wrong. But I
Yeah.
really love kind of being relaxed in the background and just kind of like
Yeah,
be able to chill and just chat and just kind of go that way.
I'm learning that too. Some of the best experiences in streaming over the last couple months has been when I've been just a guest in the background, like Dark Solid stream.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Welcome to the Soda versus Pop podcast. All right, we have guys. Survey says soda with 5 votes.
Ooh, what else was on the list?
In second place was pop with 25% of it, so that's 2 votes. And in third place was soft drink, 15%.
And so that'd be 1 vote.
That would be 1 vote. Yep.
Wow.
But soda is the winner.
Soda is the winner. So take that. No.
I truly think that it was just me and Daiso that voted for pop. Starting
You know-
to feel that way.
That's fascinating. Nobody voted for soda pop. Nobody voted for Coke. Now I will say this. I actually have heard soda pop. I have heard soda pop. Marcelio's here. Marcelio says all terms are valid except calling it Coke unless it's Coca-Cola. I'm not going to be a soda jerk. I love it.
Oh,
funny.
Mercy.
Yeah.
I like how you're playing the even game. The even.
Dr. Volk is here. Real Dr. Volk. We have had so many folks here. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. Delayed Rusty Raid greetings. We are the Raiders of the Lost Stream. How are you doing? Thank you so much.
Yeah. Welcome
I'm
in.
so sorry. Rusty Green says, here's the story. It was originally... Okay, here we go. Rusty Green.
Okay.
Rusty Green is saying hello to everyone. Said, what were they streaming again? What were you streaming, Rusty Green?
Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Arceus. Here's the story. It was originally the other way, Arceus, but due to it sounding like another word, they changed the official way of saying it to the way the three of us say it, Arceus. And that makes sense, especially in Europe, right?
Yep.
And that makes... Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. Delta says, the farthest back I can remember is your first time entering the Nether, and the group call did a countdown that went terribly wrong because latency, and still is still a thing. That's right. We had we had Rold, who is the OG friend of Mana. He literally was the first person to follow my channel.
Oh, okay.
Rold was a Mana mod at the time, and before life got busy and whatnot, and he had helped develop Mana U. Mana U was my Minecraft server that had
That's
sort of
right.
a university, like Harry Potter-esque kind of university, and there we decided we were going to do a community nether raid, and he had developed this room full of nether. Oh no, I'm thinking of a different story. Sorry, you're talking about the
okay.
nether. That was a different thing, I think.
Oh, okay.
I think that was. Anyway, well, I was telling this other story. So this other story, I don't remember now when this was, but so we were trying to take on. It was withers, and we were doing a wither fight, and I think it was something like 16 withers. Rold had just been going through the game and collecting all the items to be able to do wither battles, and we had a room where we all were supposed to, after a countdown, add a head to the little podium where we could create a wither. So it was going to be a big mess. So if you don't know Minecraft well, if you don't know what withers are, they're this very scary boss. They're very challenging, super powerful, and pretty much can take you out immediately. Folks were creating and crafting the best armor, best weapons, the whole thing. And at the end of this, we had to create this room to try not to basically destroy the server, because the withers would do these attacks that could take out blocks and blocks of whole tons of area out of a room. And so we knew this could actually destroy our server. It could it was under the university. So in theory, this could if things get out of hand, it could destroy all the work we've done. So we had this enormous hub. And so we're like, okay, but we're going to be fine. There's all of us. We all count down. We all create the withers. Some of them don't fire. And even then, half of us get wiped out immediately. And it's like half the people trying desperately to make it so that we don't lose everything we worked on. They're just, they're fighting. There's this enormous chunk. One wither is going straight up to get to the university, and I think Rold was then shooting him with arrows, trying to get him to come back down. People are trying to bait this. Meanwhile, people are coming around. They're grabbing all of the spare armor and weapons. It's not enough. It's just pandemonium and chaos all around. It was amazing. And in the end, the dust settles, and somehow the bulk of us had managed to still stay alive, defeat the withers, and Rold had successfully somehow managed to navigate up this enormous hole. I mean, parkouring all the way up, and trap and take out the one wither that was heading towards the university. It was epic. It was epic.
That is awesome.
Yep. That was a highlight. That was, there's times like that I miss playing Minecraft. There was a lot to love about Minecraft. So
I wonder, and I know that was your first real start into streaming.
Yeah.
I see why Minecraft is a pretty big important thing. And I kind of feel the same way too with, and even though I kind of don't like Splatoon as much anymore because I played way too much, I still respect it because that kind of was my first push out in streaming, because I did a lot of the first game I did, which was really niche, which was Sonic Forces.
Yeah.
And I wasn't really liking how that one was going. So then I switched, and then I was playing a lot of Splatoon with Jenny and a few other. And you know what? Maybe I'll start streaming this for a little bit. And it was actually a pretty good sensation for me.
Yeah.
But it started to hit me. I'm playing Splatoon again.
Yeah. I can get that.
It's typical shooter things. The same as Fortnite. Same. I'll play for a little bit. I love playing for a little bit, but I gotta move to something else. And it's not just Splatoon's fault. It's not.
I almost think that any game that you end up just playing all the time on stream, and maybe especially if it's a game you feel you have to play in order to sort of keep your community or keep progressing, it's going to burn you out. And that's why that's why I do take breaks. Look, I'm going to go back to Animal Crossing because I'm still not burned out on that game, and I play it every day. but right now, and I'm playing it every day. But streaming it sometimes, I want to mix things up. Today we're doing racing games because I don't want it to get overplayed for folks.
You don't want to get it ridiculous.
Yeah. Exactly. So.
No, I totally get that, and that's why I went to variety, and I love it. Like, if I went totally just straight to retro, eventually that's going to probably burn me out. Because I do like to play modern stuff as well. So yeah, that's why I came. Screw it, I can't do this anymore. I have to do variety. I have to. It's just for my own sanity. I have to do it, and if people can't be down with that, well, maybe I'm just not the streamer for them, and that's okay. I kind of realize, like, as much as I want to take input, like, hey, what do you want me to play? What on stream? Yeah, you still got to take that push as well to what do you want to stream. You have to have that in there as well, because you want to make sure that streaming is not just about everyone else. You have to have your personality. You have to have yourself. And if you're doing something that's really out of your zone, it's eventually going to hit you. It will.
Yeah, but I mean, there's like, so Animal Crossing to me is a game. And by the way, I gotta this is amazing here. Delta says, "Long live Whale Cookie Degree." That is the name of my single player world, which actually I still do want to complete on stream. I still haven't completed Minecraft, so I still want to play it. Delta Daizo says, "I have noticed people didn't exactly watch me play Deltarune today, but I didn't care too much since it was my first time playing Chapter 2.
That's the best way to sometimes go about it. It's not. I mean, and you keep it up as a VOD, then maybe play that. Maybe there's ways to go about it.
I'm gonna be real with you and say that there are definitely days that when I'm thinking about what I'm going to stream, I'm cognizant of what's popular and what are people going to want to tune into. And there are times that I know I have to get myself into a mindset. There will not be a lot of people today in stream, and that can be tough. There are certain games that I want to play, and there's just not a lot of people that want to come and see it. There are still plenty of people that will show up just because they really truly do just want to hang out with me, not necessarily minding what I play. But even among that group of friends, there are still people that will say, yeah, but that game, I just really don't like it, and I'm going to sit this one out. Right. But there's still I mean, I have 2,100 people that are subscribed to me on Twitch. Or sorry, not subscribed, that are following me on Twitch. Sorry, I got YouTube terminology there. Boy, I wish I wish I could collect that paycheck from 2,100 people subscribing on Twitch. That would, whew. But I've got 2,100 people following me on Twitch, and of course, I mean, a huge amount of folks, I might see once in a blue moon. Some I haven't seen for donkey's years, but there are plenty of people who follow because of a certain game that I might play from time to time. So that's just the reality, and I see them when I play those games, and maybe not much else. But anyway,
it definitely happens. I mean, you definitely for a while, because you were streaming Animal Crossing, you definitely did get a big follow for that. And I did see that when you started to kind of venture back out again, because you really like to do variety, your viewers did kind of slow her down a little. But that's okay. That's going to happen. And sometimes it's understandable because some people just see Animal.
Yeah.
If you're not really feeling Animal Crossing all the time, you got to make sure to kind of do yourself there. You got to be yourself. That's the one thing I could say from streaming. Be yourself. Don't try to be somebody else. You don't need to be the crazy Fortnite player if you don't want to. Just enjoy what you really enjoy.
That's great advice. I think that you do have to play the stuff that you enjoy. Otherwise, the burnout is real. And if you're doing this as a hobby, it's tough. If you want to grow it beyond a hobby, maybe you do grind it out if you are willing to do that. But But
It's not easy.
the reality is so few people are going to do it. If it's going to be a hobby, at least in the early stages, it's going to be hobby mode. So just enjoy it and make sure you're not burning yourself out.
Right.
But here's some interesting chat here. I want to make sure I don't
Yeah, let's do
ignore.
that.
Real Dr. Volk says it's tough trying to share a cool game with an audience who just doesn't wish to watch. Maybe either due to a dislike or a general apathy for games that aren't already trending. But honestly, a streamer's personality matters more to me than the game, especially if it's a family-friendly streamer, and I love that. And and then a nice message to Daizo from Dr. Volk saying, I hope you've been enjoying Deltarune. I'm still playing through the original for the first time. But Daizo brings up a fantastic comment. I don't mind not having people watch. I'd rather I get my reactions. And I think the best way I can think about streaming with low viewership for me is that what I do, all of this, I keep my VODs and I archive them with the help of Scooter. If you don't know, Scooter 102089, I owe a huge shout out to you for helping me archive my VODs. Now, eventually we're going to get these up on YouTube and stuff, but right now at least we are preserving them, and I appreciate you helping me with that.
Not a problem.
So thank you to that.
Next little step I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put some categories up there, like some Animal Crossing areas, and then obviously your favorite games.
Yep.
And your Zelda.
Thank you so much.
That's my next step. Obviously, it's just hard with time that I don't have. But I'm happy to help out when it's just how I am, and I'm with that with a lot of streamers. It's not like I'm any favoritism here. I help out a lot of streamers.
But I am your favorite, right? No. But
of course you are.
Good enough. No,
actually, I can't count myself out. I actually try. Like, see here, I'll show you guys. Let's see what happens, because it actually does not allow me to. This is something actually kind of cool. The Art of Mana set up here. So let's see. Let's go ahead and try to shout myself.
Oh yeah, this is pretty funny. But I also just to say here with these VODs, I look at it like this is my vlog. If nothing else, there we go. I love it.
I prefer shout out.
I love that. I think that's such a great thing. You can't shout yourself out.
I like it. I love it.
I love it.
Honestly, just click on my name, guys. Or there you go. Now
you got it from me.
I would definitely love to see you guys drop by. No nerd.
Yes.
Oh, I'm all nerd, Daizo. There's no denying. I'm all nerd. And I'm proud. It's like that SpongeBob. He's like, I'm ugly and I'm proud. I'm a
Nice. But yeah, no, think of it as a vlog. I mean, I look at it like this is something maybe my family might go back and watch some of these someday. You know, I might come back and reminisce. I do sometimes actually come back and reminisce. And so if nothing else, you know, it captures some of my life. And so when I'm not streaming for folks, I still will want to talk about my day. I'll still want to kind of just keep a conversation going. And I think that's the best way to get through some of those early times in streaming, which is, you know, as you're developing as a streamer, you're growing your own skills, which of course, let's be real. Personality is a huge part of it, but also skill. Aptitude for streaming is a big part of what draws people to a stream. Yeah. If you can present a nice polished stream, it's going to be attractive. And honestly, I'm still always experimenting with just the look of my streams, and I don't think I'm quite there yet either. But I mean, you know,
I don't either.
Yeah, one day I'm gonna do a whole other overhaul. I'm already working on. I've got another iteration in the works to roll out here.
Daizo and I are working on an overhaul on mine too. It's
yeah.
I think a nice word to use for it is adapt.
Yeah.
And I don't mean just adapting to viewers, but just adapting yourself. You know, because there's going to be times that life changes for you. You know, you're going to be interested in Minecraft one. You're going to be interested maybe in Call of Duty. It happens. You're going to change.
So as you're... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Please say it again. I interrupted and missed what you said.
Okay. I was just saying, like, I feel like with streaming, it's all about adapting and changing. You can't, you're not going to want to stick to one thing. You're really not. I mean, and I don't mean just game related, just overall style of how you do things, eventually you're going to find, well, maybe that's not working anymore. It's all about going back to see what's working and what's not. And this is why my wife looks really weird at me sometimes. I go back to my streams and she's like, why are you watching it? Are you a narcissist or something? I'm like, no, I'm looking back to see what I can improve on. What did I do wrong here? How can I adapt to that? What can I change? That's what I do a lot. Because I want to keep bettering myself just as I would do like a job or just normal daily life. You always want to better yourself, and that's what I want to do with my streams. I want to better myself, and I've always had debates. Do I want to be a full family-friendly streamer? Do I not? And I found out, no, I don't want to be 100% family-friendly, but I will do family-friendly streams because there are some games I want to play. Like, I enjoy Bayonetta. I love it. I love the game, and I would hate that I would have to limit myself to that. So that's why when I thought about becoming part of Family Friendly Live, I kind of look back at it and like, maybe this is not a right fit for me. You got to find what fits for you, and I just found that happy medium. I'm glad that I can get inspiration to, kids out there with my family friendly streams, but then I also make a warning like, hey, I do mature streams, and these are my mature streams. Don't watch these. So, Jackbox. That's another one. That's oh boy, the Jackbox days. But
you're bringing up great points here. At the end of the day, you are with all of this, you are you're being authentic. And you're wanting to show some of the games that you appreciate, and you want to showcase them. I enjoy. Look, I actually talking about this too. I played through Bayonetta and Bayonetta 2. I personally won't stream them. I say that now. Who knows? Who knows?
There's a very good reason why you won't.
Yeah, right. There would be a lot. I've always said context and everything, and sometimes I will find that a game is worth streaming because of some deep context, and that. If there's problematic elements, maybe we'll walk through them, give them context and all that stuff. I think I have to pause every 10 minutes, every 10 seconds with Bayonetta just to be like, okay. And so
I would
could be
say about 5 seconds.
I'd be like censoring things left and right. Anyway,
that would be hard to do. Even Abdallah Smash is someone I watch, and he's family friendly, and he had to do that with Bayonetta. He couldn't stream that live because he had to go back and edit and bleep out and censor out the bad words and stuff at Bayonetta, and that is just too. As much as I wouldn't mind doing it, that is too much time consuming that I just don't have to do to keep it family friendly. And honestly, do I really want
a family friendly
to
game?
Do I really make that game a family friendly game? No, not really, because that's not its purpose. You got to keep the game to what the purpose is. Same as like Life is Strange. When I stream that, I can't really censor that game because you're going to miss a huge points and the deep detail of the game, and you just can't do that.
It's a mature game for a mature audience with value that can be found, but it's not. It's not.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
feel like I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. There's some interesting thoughts that are rattling around in my head. I'm not sure how to articulate it. Real Dr. Volk says, plays 5 seconds, then pauses. Okay, remember, these words are not okay to say. Please do not call anyone this. Please plays a few more seconds. Okay, this is getting ridiculous.
Yeah, with Bayonetta and games like Life is Strange, it's not. Sure. Is it doable? Yeah. Sure. Is it logical? No. Not really, because you're not getting the full experience. And that's the thing. And I'm okay with that because, like, there's gonna be some times I want to do a late night, just be able to not have to worry that if a swear word comes up, and also sometimes in my chat when I let people join in, I try to warn them, but sometimes stuff happens. You just got to kind of like adapt to it and work with it. But that's why I give kind of warnings. I put up, hey, this is going to be a mature stream. I put up in the title 17 plus, or if it's 13 plus,
I love that. I love that you put your ratings there.
That pops up in my intro. So I give quite a bit of warning when it goes. And I feel like that works just fine. It's not much more time consuming because I already created it. And it's just there for me to go and do a quick little switch into OBS. Oh, there we go. So it's all about adapting to the best way of your capabilities. If you have the time
Yeah.
to go and play Bayonetta and censor it and then put it on stream, well, have fun with that.
Yeah.
But it's just something I would be able to do, and that's
Yeah.
okay. There's nothing wrong with not being a family friendly streamer 100%, and I come to terms with that. I kept thinking about that. I really did. I kept going back and forth. Do I want to do that? Do I not want to do that? Do I? And I finally came to the realization I just couldn't, because it's
Right.
not me. It's not me.
It's not what you want to do with your stream. So I think that's maybe where I'm coming to this, is that so for me and what I want to accomplish with streaming, it
Mhm.
wouldn't be a good fit.
Yeah.
While there are mature games that I enjoy playing, and not too often and not too many, and so as not to be desensitized, you can actually go on my website and see all of the thought that I put into what games I stream. And I stand by that, because the goal of my channel is not just to try to present myself and to share myself being hopefully a good role model, but also to highlight games that have some real depth to them, or that are just lighthearted and fun, that are clean games. I'm trying to present, or almost, I try in a sense to almost be like a Mr. Rogers. I really mean that.
Yeah, you're pretty ill first too.
People have
at the beginning of it and
yeah.
then take at the end.
I've
Hello,
been
neighbor.
told this before, but I do mean it. I think it
Oh,
was
I love
brilliant when someone made that analogy. I mean, it's true. I hope, and it's not just for people that are young, because obviously there are young people on Twitch, but most of the friends that I have made here are about my age or just slightly younger. And Mr. Rogers, more like Steve Rogers. I you know what? Hey, what is it? What is it that Iron Man says? Language, Captain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh no, that's what Steve Rogers says, and then
Steve Rogers
he
says, yep.
gets laughed at by Iron Man. But I do,
Yeah,
I really do try to present, hey, this is a way we could do things, which is just very, hopefully very innocent and stuff. But I will still play games that deal with deep and meaningful topics. I'll still talk about deep and meaningful topics, but I try to give them the context and the time to discuss them properly, and not just let them be sort of there floating without any sort of insight that I might potentially be able to provide, which actually is a very Mr. Rogers thing. Mr. Rogers dealt with deep and difficult topics and gave them context and a way of looking at them. And I think with the background I've had in my life, personally and professionally and spiritually, I think that I'm well equipped to do some of that. And so that is the purpose of my stream, and that's why I do it this way. And that's why I don't have an interest in playing a game like Bayonetta on stream. I have potentially an interest. I mean, I'm looking forward to Bayonetta 3, and no lie. But I also know, and for a lot of people, I would say you want to really be cautious. There's a lot in there that I would never let my 10-year-old child play Bayonetta. Never.
Probably even at 15, I'm probably still saying
Right.
that game had, there's a lot more to it than just the violence in that game. There's a lot of suggestive things that I just would
Yeah.
Nope.
Even
not my house.
Even Fortnite, Mana Sprout does not watch me play Fortnite. I do not play Fortnite around her. I have streamed it a couple of times, and people have commented it's a little bit interesting that I've streamed it. I kind of, it's a borderline one for me.
It was. I remember when I first told, clearly went out to me and said, no, that's not going to be played on my stream at all.
Yep.
I remember telling me that. And so when I first saw you do it, I kind of had that jaw-dropping moment.
Yeah.
What?
But you know what? That's an area where I did evolve, and my original thinking was further informed by me playing it and realizing actually there is quite a lot in here that is, it's not as dark and violent as I thought, but at the same time there are things that are problematic with it in theme. I mean, I don't love the idea of these real world weapons, but then I kind of get around that with skinning them, but there's so much kind of fantasy involved with it, with web slinging and stuff that, I just I kind of go with it. But a lot of young kids will play Fortnite. I cannot believe that. I don't think it's an appropriate game for young kids.
It's definitely a teen-rated game
Yeah,
for a reason,
yeah.
and especially if you talk with people online, they definitely make it more of a mature type of
Oh, which
game.
I don't do, but
Right,
yeah,
I know you don't. You only voice chat with your friends, which
yeah,
is obviously the best way to do it. But yeah, I mean, and Seth asked, I'm not as filled. There a content warning that it's a teen rated game. The biggest problem is even though it's like a shell cartoony type of game, it does use real life weapons. Think of it as kind of like Tom and Jerry. It's cartoony and stuff, but the violence in there is actually I
yeah.
know they try to play it out as a laugh, but the violence in Tom and Jerry is it's pretty violent, and it's kind of surprising that they're a way to get away with that with a TVG rating and stuff like that. You think, man, that should be kind of
Yeah.
like more parental guidance. You would think.
The
So it's
battle
kind
royale,
of
yeah, the battle royale
yeah,
mode is essentially trying to be the last person alive.
yeah,
But
survive.
here's and this was another thing that changed it for me
Mhm.
is see I will say I would never play something like PUBG because of course it's a very realistic game, but it's got the
Or
same, but for Fortnite, in the lore of the game, and this is sort of because they've expanded Fortnite to have all of these characters from different universes, Star Wars characters, etc., which is again, Star Wars was the first thing that piqued my interest in Fortnite. The Marvel crossover was when I started. I started seeing all of these superheroes and things. It got me in through that. Because of that, Fortnite in its lore is this cycle where nobody really dies. It's that
Mhm.
they get trapped in the cycle where they have to, for whatever reason, be going through this battle royale, last person standing kind of thing. But then it all resets. So you don't think about it too much. Basically, is what I is where I go
right.
with it.
No, it's
Yeah,
interesting because and when you lose and night, you kind of get warped away. So it's not like you're there on the ground dead or
right.
anything like that. You kind of get warped. It's kind of like a game of like laser tag, I think.
Yeah. That's how I think of it, and that's
Out until the next round. So there, I guess what Mana is trying to say, I think, is like, yeah, the game is violent, but they portray it in a way where you can make it not seem violent as the material
yeah.
shows. Whereas PUBG, that would be kind of harder. Call of Duty, that would be a lot harder to
Yeah.
pull off. This
It
game kind of borders it, but there's a way to work the curves around enough to kind of like, yeah, this is not too bad.
and that's a good way of putting it. It's also just that in its cartooniness and over the
Mhm.
topness, there's
Yeah.
room for some fun and enjoyment to be had. But as real Dr. Vogue says, I prefer Splatoon myself. I can't wait for Splatoon 3 to be released. I I too, I would say I prefer Splatoon for so many reasons.
Yeah, I would.
Um,
I would prefer
yeah,
that. Yeah.
but at the same time, it's been fun. I don't know. I don't think Fortnite's gonna be. I mean, obviously, I haven't played it too much on stream. I don't think it's gonna be a staple for me. But from time to time, hey, and I'm into it now, and that's kind of what you're talking about, the evolution of what are you enjoying. But
Exactly.
all of this loops back to the thing of what we are doing here is something where even according to Twitch tracker, I'm in the top 1-ish% of Twitch streamers, and to think of that, to try to wrap my head around that somehow, so, with, and I would consider myself quite successful in a sense as a streamer because I
Yeah.
have met so many people, and people. I mean, we've had tonight, you know, between anywhere between 15 and 25 people at any given time. Yeah, believe it, a Chrono Lock. I am in the top. I was. It's wavered, but I was in the top 1% of Twitch, and it was based on stats of concurrent viewership and support and stuff like that. According to Twitch Tracker, they have a whole way of doing this. You can read up on their site.
Mhm.
But the reality is, even so, think about the top earners on the platform. That means that the top earners, people who can actually make a living on Twitch, because there's no way I can make a living with Twitch right now.
Nope. No,
The
definitely
top
not.
earners are a fraction of a percent.
Yeah.
So out of all the people who stream, a fraction of a percent
Right.
can actually make a living with Twitch. So at the end of the day, I'm trying to look at it realistically is, what are my goals? My goals have always been to be a good role model. And then when folks are not here and I'm just sort of, I'm by myself, I'm with a game maybe that's not popular or it's just a bad timing, how can I make this a vlog? How can I share something that will be of value to me that I enjoy doing? And I enjoy the production part of it. I appreciate the compliments about the overlays, by the way. I always enjoy updating them and putting effort into it. I'd love to actually eventually make a nice little chronology of all of my different looks so you could see the evolution. I think I've gotten so much better at it. I think I've gotten better as a presenter and a public speaker. I enjoy those aspects of this. And I've gotten
Absolutely.
to play some really fun games. I've gotten to experience games I wouldn't have thought to experience. I've learned about games or secrets in games that were beloved games that I didn't know before. And through the revenue that I've gotten as a streamer, I've even managed to be able to buy new games. So that's been a real awesome thing.
And also, you got to meet some amazing people out of it too. Sure. That's a
I
positive
mean,
thing.
thank you. I'm sorry. I out of all of it, that is really the most important thing. I did not expect this when I started. I knew I would make some relationships, but I have met some of my closest friends now, and who are still, you included, Scooter.
Yeah.
Some of my
4
closest friends, IRL or online, here
4 years running.
4 years running.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot you got to look at what exactly is success.
Yeah.
You got to kind of like put it in perspective.
What is success for you? What do you hope to achieve or accomplish?
And I've achieved a lot more than I ever thought I would. Did I ever think I was going to make 1,000 followers? No. And now I'm at 1,100. Literally blows my mind.
Yep.
That's the biggest accomplishments I've ever done. And it beat out my YouTube. I was at 600 subscribers on YouTube. So to see that Twitch actually really went forward with me, and I've actually made some income out of this, and I was truly blessed when people donated towards my honeymoon. I just put it up there just to see what would happen, and $700. I not call that an accomplishment. That is a big thing. That's not a small thing, because that was pretty much our flights.
Yeah.
That was our flights.
Right.
So, so could I ever regret and say that I'm a failure? Well, I mean, it's how you look at it. No, I really wouldn't, because I know where I want to be, and I just wanted to do this for casual fun and enjoying it more as much as possible. But I know that I know in the back of my mind that I'm probably not going to be the professional streamer that makes the income and stuff like that. But I'm okay with those terms.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. If it happens, then that's a bonus.
Yeah.
That's the cherry on top. But if it doesn't, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. You got to find the success in you. If you try to go by success of the plain things of having the viewership, having the average viewers, having all the stream time and stuff to reach the Twitch partner, it's a hard fish to catch.
A hard fish to catch is a perfect way to put it. Oh my gosh.
It's a very hard fish to catch.
Wow, isn't that? Yeah. What a great way to put it.
It's really how you perceive it. If you want to try to go for those goals, there's nothing. But be realistic. I know some people is like, "Oh, I'm going to start streaming." I'm like, don't. If you're in it just for money, you're going to fail.
That's unfortunately, you are exactly right.
I'm sorry for being brutal like that, but it's the truth. I've been doing this now for almost going towards 5 years. And sure, have I made some money off of it? Yes, but not to make a full income. And that's okay. It's nice that I can use this money for games to put more towards my stream. Or when people are like, hey, use this money, take your way. That's awesome. I couldn't ask for anything.
I think,
couldn't.
yeah, I think that it's not bad for someone to desire um, to someone can desire to be a full-time professional streamer, meaning that
Absolutely.
they make their career out of it. And there are
Mhm.
people that will break through and do that. And
Yeah.
maybe that will never ever be one of us. And sometimes you just don't know. But there are people who have worked hard and long and know that they can do that, and they've gotten to that goal. And
Hmm.
I mean, even Ninja did 8 years of streaming, I think it was.
Yep.
I think it was something like that. Yeah, so he had worked
Yeah.
hard, invested hard into it, and eventually, was able to do it. So
Exactly.
Seth says, I'm still waiting for Mana to set up direct donations. You know what, Seth? I mean, I do have Patreon, but Seth, I should set that up. I appreciate that, Seth. I'll have to do that. By the
I
way,
can.
real Dr. Volk brings up a good point. Isn't that the case for most careers? If you're in it just for the money, there's no passion in it for you. It's just not going to work out. Desiring money can be a factor, but it cannot be the only factor. That's a great point. By
Thank
the way, I
you.
also. Oh, go
Exactly what
ahead.
I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Volk. You
Yes.
said exactly what I mean.
I
Yes.
love it.
Let that be like your challenge, but don't let
Yes.
that be your only goal.
Yes.
Let that be your challenge. You want that challenge, you want that goal. Don't make that your only thing. You got to have something more to it. Otherwise, you're going to probably just disappoint yourself. And
I think
I don't want to do
that's
that with streamers.
a good point. And and also there was a question in here, which I
Mhm.
should probably get to. I'm
Go
I'm
ahead.
and I'm gonna do a couple of things here real quick. By the way, I just want to let you know I am gonna pull up a couple of web pages real quick.
Sure.
And we're gonna go over them
Yeah. Let's do it.
together, because I think that'll be fun. But I do want to get to this comment, a question of, do I actually enjoy Marvel? It's like Marvel Cinematic Universe, etc.
Yep.
And I'm going to tell you right now, I do. I actually wasn't super confident. I'm not sure I would have said for sure one way or another before, but as it turns out, I actually marbles. I think they're okay. I actually went through and I've recently rewatched all of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and I'm very impressed. I've enjoyed it a lot more than I kind of expected that I would, and I've had a good time. So and they stand up better when you watch them serially, because you realize the sort of universe that they developed, and they really did put a lot of effort into it, and it's cool.
Mhm.
So yeah,
If we're going to talk about Marvel, I would say yes to Marvel.
that's funny.
Anything. I love Marvel's Madness. I love Marvel Madness
That's
on that.
awesome.
Love that game. So,
All right, we're gonna switch over to this here. This is the
oh,
Shinin website, or Shinin.
okay.
We still don't really know. By the way, I'm using a rather shoddy trackpad on my laptop. It never was a good trackpad, but my batteries in my mouse went out, so we're
Okay.
just gonna go with this here real quick. But this is the Shinin website here. I do like it. I find them fun. I've recently gone through everything that's out on Disney Plus, and I liked it. So this is just the Shinin website, so you can kind of see here. I guess their most recent game is The Tourist, which I
Yep,
do
that's what
recall. Yeah,
really
recall
a
seeing that.
brilliant looking game. By the way, one thing I want to mention before
Yeah.
is right in their headline, we're dedicated to bring you only the highest quality games, and they mention all Nintendo platforms, right?
Right. Right.
We,
Exactly.
yes, we Nintendo DS, Game Boy Advance game, they're a little behind. There's no Switch,
Yeah. Yeah.
no
Right.
Xbox, PlayStation, or Steam.
Yeah. They're still making Wii games. No, I don't know. But there's that Jet
Uh,
Rocket 2, which by the way was super good.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, there's the Fast Racing League there, but Jet Rocket, excellent game. Definitely recommend that if you get a chance to play Jet Rocket and Jet Rocket 2.
That's
But
right.
yeah,
Art of Deal. I forgot about that one.
yeah.
Strawberry shortcake. Oh boy.
Yeah, I know, right? There's the
Yeah.
Garfield one. But yeah, so there you go. Those are those games there. If you are interested, you can go check out Shinnen's website. Check out what they've done. It's pretty cool. And then I want to go to oops.
And and by the way, Daiso, when you say I don't like it, it's just like, it's cool, but it's nothing crazy. It, again, I guess I'm not going to make it into a huge Marvel debate here, but what I told Daiso before is it's just, to me, there's a lot of it that's cut from the same cloth type of style, and that eventually gets a little ridiculous. Biggest problem with a lot of things is when they feel too redundant. So that's kind of like where I kind of feel about Marvel, and it's not even just Marvel. DC does it, a lot of super,
Even
but a
Star
lot of
Wars
these,
now.
Star Wars too, exactly.
I mean, not that I love it enough that I'm invested in it, but I mean, even Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, my favorite. I love the Lord of the Rings. I love Tolkien, but there's so much content. Even I mean, I haven't even read everything Tolkien has written so far, and I'm a huge Tolkien fan. So
I watched the first movie and I couldn't. Lord of the Rings, like, I can respect it.
that makes
And
me
just like as
sad.
I do with Marvel, I can completely respect what they did, and I applaud that they've done something miraculous with it. But it's just not for me. It's too slow. I'm like, can you hurry up? I think when I was younger, I think I actually did say that with
That's
I yelled,
funny.
can you just speed it up?
So I want to just real quickly go back because we were going to show some of these other games, and I want to actually quickly move along because I don't want anyone to get the idea that or really latch onto the idea that Scooter doesn't like Lord of the Rings. I'm in denial. I don't want to admit it. It makes me really sad. So, so Grip. This is the game Grip. I think this is the one you were talking about, Scooter, right?
This is the one I was talking about, Grip. Yep.
So it's interesting. I didn't realize it's a combat racer, which I believe, I forget if it was Spook Lee who was saying that they liked the combat racers here. So this one might be a good one for Spook Lee. Looks like there's
Yep.
a bunch of content here. I'm not sure this one. This could be interesting. This might be worth a look. I might pick it up, or at least view a review on it. But interesting. I like the idea of flipping. That's a cool mechanic. I'm not quite sure what the combat mechanic is. If that's like Mario Kart esque.
It's basically Mario Kart esque. I think there's a game on Xbox called Blur. I think that's a good example of that
Right.
game.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
I've
so
heard
you
that.
use weapons, rockets, and stuff like that to um, weapons basically, and it's more of a realistic type looking weapons and stuff like that. So the explosions look more fiery. So it's definitely the opposite of what Mario Kart is, where it's a lot more cartoony. This one has more of a realistic looking approach. But either way, the idea and the core of it is what I think will enjoy about that game, because I know you like those arcade style racers. So I think this one will be up your alley. If you really want another Mario Kart type, I definitely think that at some point you should pick up the Midway, or excuse me, not Midway, Mickey's Speedway Racing USA.
It's gonna be free. I'm gonna pick. Oh, you mean the classic? Gotcha.
No, the original N64 game first.
Gotcha.
I like I said, I don't know if I can judge this one just yet.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I definitely think that you should try that one if you really want a Mario Kart-esque game, another type of those like Diddy Kong Racing, and the Mickey one was done by Rare as well.
You know what I should play sometime is PlayStation 2 Super Bombad Racing. That's the Star Wars kart racer.
I'd be interested. All right,
that'd be kind of funny.
Then
you play Mickey Speedway. I play that, and that'd be fun. But here, this is the next game I wanted to. That'd be a weirdest collab. I love it. Disney, right? It's all under the House of Mouse. This is
true.
I think
Disney's going to own everything soon enough.
Right. They'll own Art of Mana. Next, Art of Mana, the streaming platform Art of Mana is going to the content creation platform Art of Mana is now owned by Disney. Sold to them for $2.
How would it be if Disney tried to go after it and get Nintendo?
Hey, if they bought Amazon, then they would technically be our bosses, right? This is right. This is a Sega Ages. This is virtual racing. I thought I recalled I don't know if it was this. No, I think maybe it was because it's like a high res port with some fixes. This is
Mhm.
on my radar to get. But I
Yes,
want to say there is another game, and I can't. I was looking for it, I couldn't find it. I'll have to do some more research or some more googling. Let's call it what it is, um, and to
Googling.
see. But I thought there was a game that was basically this style but modernized even more. So it was like it looked like Virtual Racer, but
There is.
everything was
What you're
right,
talking about. I know it. I just don't know the name, but
right.
I did see it before. I did.
And I
I,
can't remember what it is, so I want to go back and find it. It was on my wish list. Can't find it, but I did want to show this.
all right.
This is my most hyped for game to release in the racing genre. Victory Heat Rally, Neo Superscalar Racing. This is a game coming in 2022, published by Platonic, Platonic Friends. So this is the Platonic, of course, who made the ukulele game and etc. And so
used to be
this,
part of
let's go to the press kit. I guess technically we're sort of press, right? Or is this just
Yeah,
gonna download?
we're
This
pressing
might
in.
this might download it. Nope. Hold on a second. Everyone, abort mission. No, that's not what we want.
Oh, that's what it's trying to do. Oh
I
no.
knew that was gonna happen. Well,
Uh,
it kind of works, I guess.
that's kind of interesting.
I don't love that because it's like it's weird. I guess here I could probably try and here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go back to. I
Does it?
kind of thought that might happen.
Oh yeah, I'm wondering maybe have it on their Steam.
They might,
Take a look.
and I'm gonna just see if there's something here, but I don't. Let's go back here.
Spookily was talking about Grip. Spookily says Grip was a trippy game. It is very trippy. I'm not going to deny it.
Is
When I
it
first, it definitely threw me through a few loops when I played it. I got used to it,
really?
but it definitely it's very as much as realistic and like the explosion stuff. It's very I don't know.
It's a tough one to follow. It could, yeah, I can see that.
Sometimes it can be. Sometimes it can. But that one's. I think of all the racing games I've had, I think it took me the biggest curve to get down. But if you take the time for it, it's definitely.
Gotcha.
Spookly says Grip was a racing game where it's impossible to flip over because your car was so thin that you had wheels to land on regardless. Exactly.
So basically, look, we're just going to kind of look through here. So the idea of this game is kind of the super scalar look of classic games. So let's just click on one of these examples here.
Okay.
And this should maybe show us. There we go.
Hopefully.
There you go. That's the look of this game. Now, tell me, isn't that beautiful?
I actually like it because you don't really see that kind of style.
No.
It kind of sends me back to mix of like F-Zero and Super style. It's kind of like meshing those two together. Obviously with more of a
Spookly
fine
Black
tune
Killer
on the
Spookly.
pixelation art.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, that's a good way to put it. The GBAs when they do the
Yes.
3D GBA, but it's high res. That's exactly.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I like it. It's not
Right.
something that's done normally because a lot of it they try to do in like the 32-bit or 60-bit style with the 3D racing. It's kind of nice to go back to the cartoony pixel style because it's not done. It's not really done except for one that you have. There's one game on your Steam that I kept on my wish list.
Super Indie Kart.
Yes.
Yep.
But
which is another good one. But yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like it.
And I think what I also appreciate about this is the consistency in the art design. So even like I mean, even just take a look here and you see the racer in this beautiful pixel art aesthetic. And everything's just it's very cute, obviously. It's but but I love it. It's a very consistent world. It looks like a game that could be. It's really evolving that sort of look, and this is a game I'm very, very excited for. If you haven't figured out here,
Now that I see it, I'm very interested.
So this is coming to the Switch. It is, I believe it's out on Steam now. I haven't gotten it yet. But
I'll
yeah,
definitely.
very, very interested in this one. I'm gonna see if I can't maybe pull up like a video real quick.
Yeah.
Because to see this in action is really cool. What is this press? Oh, that's from music. What's the music sound like?
Welcome to Victory Heat Rally!
Sorry about that. Oh, you're seeing my mixer. Hey. I forgot that was up on the top screen there. Hey, everybody, this is Mana's mixer, in case you're wondering. Mana's mixer right there. Microphone, mic, game, PC, desktop, Discord. Mic is microphone, 4 USB audio device. Game is microphone, 3 USB audio device. PC is just US. I don't know what happened to 2. 2 just, I think 2 went to something else. Microphone, USB audio device is PC. This is a great software for you streamers out there. It is Voice Meter Banana. I do like it. This is getting meta. Haven't seen a mixer like that since I watched my dad recording music, Spookly says. Yeah, but I really do appreciate this because it gives me full control. For example, so this is PC right here. But you could see like this is me talking to Scooter. If you say something, Scooter.
Hello.
See right there. I can raise and lower just Scooter. I can raise and lower just the game audio if I want to just bring that down to even a full mute. Like I can get it lower. We've got PC when I'm bringing in PC, and we've got game audio, and we've got my mic. And so this is also nice because I can route things. So B1 is my stream route, but B2 is my voice chat applications route. And so if I ever want to, if I'm streaming in, like for example now, if I wanted Scooter to be able to hear alerts as they happen, I could just pop that button right there. And that means all desktop, actually right now, Scooter should be able to hear the music that I'm playing on the PC.
Again.
There you go. And as soon as I do that, it goes away. So it's a very powerful application, and I pan things a little bit. You can see over here, I don't know actually what happened. This is interesting. I am supposed to be panned a little bit to the left. I don't know why I wasn't. So it should, in an ideal world, I've got that panned that way. But anyway.
Yeah, you know what? There was a video that I did for somebody before us, and I actually did take the time because they all record their own. When I put it in the final production, I actually did pan us a little bit, so we kind of like we're in the same room and we hear each side. I kind of love that.
Yeah,
it kind of gives a bit more depth. It's such a small little thing, but no, Daiso, you weren't there for that. You've seen. I think you were helping me with some of the visual stuff in it. You're definitely helping me with that, but not the audio part.
But yeah, this is all stuff which, of course, this is the danger of doing just a direct capture of my streaming PC here, of one of the screens. That's typically when I'm using or showing something like on a computer, I use my gaming desktop because with my streaming PC, I have things in certain locations for certain reasons, and yeah, you get it.
So now we add the eggs, the flour, the butter, and the sugar into the bowl. And what do you mean, wrong kind of mixer?
I love it. I missed that. I'm sorry.
You made me completely think of paper.
That's this funny. That's funny.
I love it. So, Daiso says, I do think Scooter is a bit too much for the right.
Too far to the right?
That's what he says.
Yeah. It could be. I'll go back and listen to it. It does look, I mean, it from my audio, it's the reason I put him back into the right is because game audio is on the right. So my idea in setting this up, and I've changed this several times, but my idea was to kind of pan me a little to the left so that I stand out a bit more, and pan the audio for the game a little to the right. But I've panned, I I've changed this over the. This is an evolution, but I've eventually I've panned guests on Discord back into the right, because then in the spatial area they stand out, but distinct from me. And the reason I've done that is, of course, partly just because in trying to, I always go back and listen to my VODs and feel like, man, I was such a jerk. I'm always interrupting the other person. Some of that's just Discord latency, but sometimes also me just trying to move things along so we don't necessarily lose track of other things like comments and stuff like that. So that kind of breaks it gives me a unique area in which to exist for my voice, so that even if I have to sometimes talk over someone else, it doesn't just become like a cacophony of sound. But I don't know. I'll look more into that. It's not a bad idea there.
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, again, it's all about that. So
yeah. I do want to show a quick video here, the demo trailer for that game, because I'm so hyped about it. So let's just take a look at it.
Sure.
So here it is in action.
All right, let's take a look.
I mean, in action, even better, right?
Yeah, way better. I like to see the game actually show up. I mean, like, sure, I love those cutscenes where they're like gameplays where they show a little bit of like actual cutscenes. But honestly, it's not the same without gameplay. You gotta see gameplay.
Yeah, and look at this. Look at that.
Wow.
Right? How fun does that look?
That looks like a blast to me. I would definitely be interested in picking out this one.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I love how the camera curves with your turn. I love that aspect. That's something you don't see. That I love.
I love it. It's so epic. Like this is a game I'm ready. My body is ready. Like even the pound when you get on the ground. I mean, this is so cool looking. And it kind of it's actually not too dissimilar from something like Super Indie Kart. It's kind of got some of that vibe, some of that look and feel, but it's an evolution, I would say. I think this looks fantastic. That's on my 2 playlists. So
I will put that on my playlist when it gets an official announcement of when it's coming to the Switch. That will, especially if it has online. If it has online, sold.
And there is I just noticed there is a Switch and itch.io demo. Maybe we should do a little stream of this one here sometime. There's a demo. Should I just download it now? What's that?
Let's take. I'm searching it up.
I gotta actually go to bed here, but apparently there's a demo on Steam, so this might be something I will play a little bit. Maybe we'll dive into this a little bit later. But Victory Heat Rally Switch when? Let's find out. And this is when I'd love to have a physical copy of it.
I'm on the Switch eShop right now. Let's see. I'm just putting in the word victory to see what pops up. Victory Road.
It says speeding on to Switch in 2022.
Okay. It's not on the eShop.
Okay. Okay, so it says there is a demo currently available. Oh no, you know what? Sorry. It was a temporary demo in 2021, end of 2021. So it apparently it's no longer there, but apparently it's supposed to be coming to Switch in 2022. So hopefully we get it. But anyway, yeah, Daiso says I love the art style. It's very appealing. Real Dr. Volk says I love this art style. It's very appealing. I really like the colors. They're so vibrant and cartoony, and it does look like fun. My Reggie is ready, Daiso says. And Dr. Volk continues, it reminds me of a 2D version of that chibi Mega Man game, Mega Man Powered Up. I can see what you're saying, yeah. And Daiso needs to get to bed. And actually, everybody, I need to get to bed as well. And so what I think I'm going to do is, because I actually don't know that anyone else is up still, I'm going to ask you to do a thing.
I will quickly check for you. I'm in the Discord. I can check I can at least go ahead and check our club tournament group.
Yeah, let's do that. Dash says it is getting to the late hour. It is. Thank you all for being here and for hanging out. This was a long stream, but I'm glad we could do it. Thank you for being flexible with me yesterday as I didn't stream. I'm so glad it's the weekend. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, and I'm so looking forward to hanging out with my family tomorrow, or at least part of my family and Mana Sprout and my parents. Gar is streaming, so Gar is definitely worth checking out. One Up John is streaming.
That's the one name I was going to think of. One Up John. There's no one in club from when I see him, even in the Discord right now. It only shows you streaming as right now. So.
But I'm gonna do one of my more unorthodox, because it is so late. My more orthodox raids. It's gonna be a mana check raid. What I would like for all of you to do is pull up a tab of Scooter's channel. Okay, let me shout him out again. Shout out Scooter 102089. So just pull up a tab for Scooter right there. I just put it in the chat. Have his channel open, and when he goes live next, hang out with Scooter. I think you're gonna love what you see, and he's a great guy. I really appreciate him taking the time to be with me tonight as we've explored all of these games and had some fantastic chat that I honestly didn't know I needed. This was good. All of you, thank you for hanging out with me. Scooter, let's just do our outros. They can find you there on your channel. And what is it like that you like to say when you end your streams?
What I always say on my streams is take care, much Rabbit Peach love, and keep on gaming. I'll catch you guys next time.
So do good, be well, stay safe and healthy, and I'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.
See you guys.
Wahoo!
Wahoo! Bye-bye. There you go. There's your Mario bye-bye.